It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Lee Jones. The US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth says today's attacks on Iran will be the most intense since the start of the war. Mr. Hegseth said the aim of the US and Israel remains to destroy Iran's ability to project military force and to prevent it from ever developing nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, the US Energy Secretary says the US Navy has escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping route for global energy supplies. Our correspondent in Jerusalem, John Donnison, says the rhetoric from both countries' leaders has shifted since the conflict began.
Prime Minister Netanyahu was saying it was all about getting regime change in Iran, not through strikes, but through the Iranian people rising up. Well, both the Americans and the Israelis have sort of stepped back from that a bit and sort of said when the war ends, it will be up to the Iranian people to topple their government. So it does seem that President Trump is looking to wind this up soon, and I imagine the Israelis will work in lockstep with the Americans.
Meanwhile, HMS Dragon has left Portsmouth for the eastern Mediterranean, where it will help protect UK military bases. The Type 45 destroyer's deployment was announced more than a week ago. A second Royal Navy vessel, RFA Lyme Bay, is also being prepared for a possible mission to the region. A North East artificial intelligence expert is urging people to be conscious of AI-generated content on social media, which is making false and misleading claims about the war in Iran. It comes as other experts have told BBC Verify that videos and fabricated satellite imagery have amassed hundreds of millions of views and are being monetised by online creators. Dan Fitzpatrick says even he struggles sometimes to spot fake content.
I think we're at the point now with the technology where it's becoming almost impossible just by looking at an image or a video clip or listening to that audio file, whether it's real or not. Even for professionals, it's getting very, very difficult.
A former car lot in Gateshead Town Centre is being transformed into an open-air art space. 7 railway arches at the end of the Tyne Bridge are being painted by North East street artists with help from a group of volunteers. Themes include the Angel of the North and famous people with connections to the area. Mark Shields is one of the artists.
The theme behind the whole project is Pride of Place, so it's all about celebrating Gateshead, past, present and future. So we've been working with various community groups, students at the college, different people from the area and getting their input into the project. We've then taken their ideas and transformed them into the artwork, which you can see we're developing on the arches now.
It's hoped the space in the railway quarter can be used as a market and for varying events. The former Premier League footballer Joey Barton has been told to pay the ex-Lioness and pundit Eni Aluko more than £300,000 after he was sued for libel. She brought legal action against Mr Barton over 2 posts he made on social media last year. And estate agents say an abandoned island, which is for sale off the coast of North Wales, has attracted a lot of interest from prospective buyers. Ynys Giftan sits in the middle of the Dwyrid estuary within the Eryri National Park near Porthmadog. It can be accessed by boat at high tide or on foot at low tide and is on the market for £350,000. Weather for the northeast, it'll be windy tonight with rain sweeping in from the west but clearing up by the morning. Tomorrow will be windy again but mostly dry. Sunny spells and cloud throughout the day. Top temperatures up to 10 degrees Celsius. And that's your BBC Radio Newcastle News.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Oh yes, good evening, welcome from St James's Park. I'm Harry Roy and tonight has the feeling of one of those special European evenings on Tyneside because it simply does not get much bigger than this. The first leg of a Champions League last 16 tie, the floodlights are on, the scarves will be waved around no doubt because in town tonight are the mighty FC Barcelona. Eddie Howe has challenged his players to seize the moment and follow in the footsteps of the side who defeated Barca in 1997, a night that's regarded still as one of the greatest in the club's history.
The whole of St James's Park, the whole of the North East expect from Tino. Steps up now, he delivers! Tino Asprilla! Gillespie down the right, sent over across, Asprilla! Oh, what a wonderful header at the near post! Gillespie's outstripped him, he's up now towards the penalty area, sent over the cross, Asprilla! Oh, what a wonderful goal! And the hat-trick for Tino Asprilla!
Cross after cross delivered with precision from Keith Gillespie, and on the end of them, Tino Asprilla, whose unforgettable hat-trick stunned the Spanish giants and lit up this later, the challenge is just as big and the stage just as grand. Now, it's been something of an indifferent campaign for the Black and Whites, but make no mistake, a victory here tonight would carve its own place into the Euroclub's European story. It would be remembered alongside those famous nights, not only as a statement result, but perhaps as a little bit of revenge too, after this Barcelona team already came here and won earlier on in the season. It also feels like the kind of night where Newcastle may need to rediscover that spirit we saw in 97, or even more recently against Paris Saint-Germain in 2023. If they can reach those levels again, anything is possible. And we will put you right in the driving seat here on BBC Radio Newcastle this evening. Our build-up starts now. We'll have the team news for you in around 40 minutes time before commentary gets going at 8 o'clock in the company of Razor and Ando. Now, Newcastle United aren't our only focus tonight either. There's still plenty to get through from a Sunderland perspective after that painful FA Cup defeat at Port Vale. And it's fair to say the reactions from supporters calling into Total Sport last night were, well, very, very strong indeed. We'll hear from Luke O'Nine shortly after that result down in Staffordshire, while Marco's back alongside Barnesy to help break it all down. And with it being March, that can mean only one thing. The Cheltenham Festival is underway. Day one already in the books. Did you have a winner? Did you beat the bookies? Did Ando have a good day? We'll find out how he got on in just a moment. But we are with you right through until 10:30 tonight. So get involved. Have your say on your team on tonight's Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And how you can get involved tonight is by ringing the free-to-call number 0800 234 6565. You can also text on 81333. Start your messages with the words BBC. WhatsApp also an option for you too. 08000 321 333. Once again, start your messages with BBC. John Anderson, the former Newcastle United defender, is here alongside me. Evening, Ando.
Harry, how are you?
I'm all good. Is his mic on? Is it working? Any joy, Ando?
Any joy.
There we go. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm very, very good. Lovely to be here alongside you at St James's Park.
Yeah, special night, isn't it?
We certainly hope it is.
Absolutely.
Matthew Raisbeck here as well, our Newcastle United commentator. Evening, Razor.
Hi, Harry. Great to be here. 2 hours to kick off, and yeah, it's just got that feel of another big European night. Hopefully there'll be another big European result as well.
Absolutely that. The ex-Sunderland striker Marco Gabbiadini's joining us too. Good evening, Marco.
Good evening.
And Nick Barnes,
and I'm
our
not at St.
Sunderland
James's
commentator.
Park.
You are not at St James's Park, and neither is Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator. Evening, Barnes.
No, I wouldn't deprive a Newcastle fan of the ticket.
Good evening.
I must say, though, it's a beautiful evening for a game of football here on Tyneside. The sun is just about dipped behind the stands here at St James's Park. The floodlights have just lit up as well. We've seen a few of the Newcastle players already arriving. Can see John Ruddy walking in at the minute alongside youngster Sean Neve. Alan Shearer's just down there below us. He was on the breakfast show this morning here on BBC Radio Newcastle, so nice to see that he's dropped a level to work for TV colleagues tonight for another corporation. An outline of the display we're going to see from War Flags tonight as well. It's set to be a special night. But before we get on to that, I've got to ask you about Cheltenham, Ando. A successful day one?
Wouldn't say successful. Got out of it. Got out and ready. Got out well enough to be able to go to battle again tomorrow, I would say.
Yeah.
But that's as good as it got.
Yeah. You weren't on the Copec to board train, were you?
I was.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Well, there's always tomorrow. You've got to keep going. There's 3 more days.
Yeah. There's 3 more days to lose some money or make some money, whichever way you want to look at it. But just got out of it today, Harry.
Yeah.
So didn't lose any. Didn't win a great deal.
Well, that's
either.
what it's all about. Make sure you gamble responsibly as well. Cheltenham during the day, Newcastle United on the evening. Razor, it's set to be, like you mentioned, one of those special European nights. The atmosphere is always something we really, really look forward to in these games. Do you feel that could be the driving force tonight?
Well, they have to play Barcelona here and in Spain next week. What I think anyone would want going into that second leg is minimum that Newcastle are still in the tie. So for that to be the case, it obviously has to go well here tonight. And the atmosphere at St James's Park, when it is good, I would obviously say that it can be unrivaled. And you think about PSG that you mentioned, Harry, there have been plenty of other examples of big games, even last week against Manchester United. Terrific noise here. Sense of injustice always helps when the crowd get angry. I think that transmits well to the players. The crowd certainly have a big part to play, but I think everyone who's lucky enough to be here will know just what a special occasion it is. But it's not about just being appreciative of being here. It is about winning, or trying to win, and trying to take Newcastle United somewhere they've never been before, and that's the quarter-finals of the Champions League. This is their first time in knockout rounds of the Champions League proper, but it's important to say that when they got to the second group stage in 2002-2003, they were in a last 16 then as well. It was just a different format. So the way that the competition now is organised and arranged is different. But playing knockout football in the Champions League proper is a significant thing. They got through the league phase, and now they play one of the big boys again. And it started with Barcelona, this European campaign here. Hopefully it will not end with Barcelona in Camp Nou next week. But this place, I'm sure, will be rocking at kick-off. And yeah, the match to point to in terms of European football, a reference point for Newcastle United, crowd, players, club, everything at it and at their best is that PSG match. In modern times, this team, Eddie Howe, and that's what, hopefully, maybe not 4-1, but they just want some of that again, more of that again, and that can keep them in the tie or have them ahead going into the second leg.
And that's what Eddie Howe's turned around and said. He says that this match, Ando, is the biggest in the club's history. And you think over the last year, success at Wembley against Liverpool, you go back a couple of years ago, the game here against Paris Saint-Germain, which of course has etched itself into the history books. Do you agree with those sentiments from Eddie Howe that it is the biggest game in recent history for this football club?
Big game, no doubt about it. I think he's trying to whip people up, and it's only right. Look, it's a big night for players, for the manager, for the coach and staff. It's a big night for supporters as well, because you don't get too many nights like this. You don't get too many opportunities as players or as supporters to be involved in a Champions League tie, especially one of this magnitude against the quality side of Barcelona. So it's a big game, no doubt about it. We need to start well. We started well against Manchester City, and the crowd got involved, and we went 1-0 up, and the atmosphere was great. But we found it difficult to keep that tempo up. So tonight it'll be really, really interesting to see what way he approaches this and what sort of team he puts out. It's something that we spoke about last night, the team and how he approaches the game and one thing and another. But look, they're an exceptional side, Barcelona. They've got exceptional players. I think we've seen that here when they came in the opening game of the Champions League. For 45 minutes it was an even game, no doubt about it. We were well in the game. Second half remind me a little bit of Manchester City at the other day, where they just kept the ball and moved us all over the pitch, and we couldn't really get a touch of the ball.
Now, we made a number of changes, Eddie Howe, before that match. In terms of the team tonight, I know you did Ando's 11. Are you sticking with those choices?
I think
in terms of bringing in Dan Burn back into the side? Anthony Gordon, you'd expect to lead the line tonight as well?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any doubt Dan Burn comes back in on the left side of centre back. I think Jacob Ramsey comes in midfield after a suspension. Joe Linton comes back in. I think they're all a given. I think Gordon will most definitely start through the middle. Harvey Barnes on the left, and probably Elanga on the right. Plenty of pace in that front line. The one thing about Barcelona, similar to Manchester City, they give you opportunities. They give you chances. And when they give you those chances, it's all about taking them, because you know that if they get chances at the other end, they will put them away. So, it's looking forward to it. I have to say, it's a huge game. It's a massive game. An awful lot riding on it, and hopefully we can take a lead back over to the new camp next week. It'll be nice to take a couple of goal lead. Whether we can do that or not, I do not know. The one thing that worries me is the fact that we've been conceding goals left, right and centre. We haven't been able to keep clean sheets, and when I'm talking about it's not just one goal. You look at Manchester City, you look at Brentford, you look at Everton, where they've all come here and put 3 past us. So that is a concern. We've got to be an awful lot tighter defensively.
Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe now then, shall we? And he was asked the question of whether beating Barcelona over these 2 legs, of course, tonight at St James's, next week at the Camp Nou, would be the biggest achievement of his time in charge of Newcastle United.
Yeah, possibly, but I'm not really... Well, I don't care about myself and my record or what people think. It's for the club, really. I want the club desperate for the club to break new ground and to keep going in this competition, having worked so hard to get here. So we're all thinking of the club. We're trying to support the players to give the best performance that we've given so far, and I think we're going to need to break new ground in terms of performance level. So if there's a time for us to be at our absolute best, it's in these 2 games.
Andrew, you mentioned Newcastle defensively. They have shipped a fair few already this season. 38 at home, 44 is the record back in the late 1970s for a single campaign. It goes without saying when you're going to be potentially going up against a trio of Lamine Yamal, Rafinha and Robert Lewandowski that you've got to be watertight this evening.
Yeah, Lewandowski didn't do a great deal in the game here, the first game of the league phase. But they've got good players, they've got players that can hurt you from an offensive point of view. They're very, very good at keeping the ball. So we play a different type of game to them. We play a high tempo, high intensity. But there's times when you've got to keep the ball as well, and we're not a side that are very good at keeping the ball. And the problem is, if you're under the cosh a little bit, when you get it, you've got to keep it, because if you don't and you give it back to them, you're then chasing it for long periods of time, and not only does that do you in physically, but mentally it does you in as well. So it's an interesting game. It's a game between 2 sides with totally different ways of playing the game. So you need to get a foothold in the game early. We need to start very well. We need to get on the front foot. We need to put them on the back foot. Need to get in their faces, make life very difficult for them. I'm sure we will do that. We know that we've got to do that, because if you stand off them and give them space, they've got players that can hurt you. You said there that Newcastle need to be on it from the first whistle. It's something that Eddie Howe agrees with as well.
A good start, I think, is really important. But as you saw against Manchester City at the weekend, it's not the be-all and end-all. Of course, you want to set the authority in the game. You want to show your opponent that you mean business, but we have to carry that through for the whole game. We have to be there at the end just as much as we are at the beginning. I think we've had some great recent experiences to help us for the 2-legged game. I think all our Champions League games have been a great dress rehearsal for this moment, and I think that's how we have to look at it. Now is the moment where we need to be at our very best.
And he makes a good point there, because the Champions League form has been pretty exemplary, Reza, particularly here at St James's Park, bar that Barcelona match. But like we mentioned before, that first 20 minutes back in September in that game, Newcastle had a couple of very, very good opportunities to take the lead.
They did. They played well in the first half. Generally, Barcelona then wrestled control of the match, and Marcus Rashford, the second goal in particular, was world class. But they got back in it late, Newcastle. I think they had a chance. I think it was Tonali had a shot edge of the area that was saved at 2-1. They could have taken a point, and you probably would have said fair enough. But then obviously they got their European campaign going with a win in Belgium, comfortable one against Union Saint-Gilloise, and here they've had a perfect record since then. But probably, in fairness, matches you would have expected them to win. It's been a good gauge of kind of where they are in like the European rankings and standings, and also the standard of a Premier League team in Newcastle, who are not having a great league season relative to some of the top clubs from the continent. They beat Benfica here. Those teams that have come here, most of them have had moments, but Newcastle won that night. Good value for it. Same against Athletic Bilbao, PSV. That was particularly straightforward, wasn't it? Helped by some very generous defending. And Karabag, strange game, but the tie was over, and the match itself was probably over after 5 minutes when they were 2-0 up. So they've been brilliant here. One interesting Champions League Newcastle statistic for you about.
Here we go. The book's getting open, everybody.
At home. I just made a note of this earlier because I went back through the record, and this is including qualifiers. They've played. This is their 21st Champions League home match, Newcastle, across 5 campaigns. One qualifier, obviously, they lost and didn't go into the main competition. They've never drawn.
Wow.
Won 12, lost 8 of the 20 that they've played. Just interesting that they've not had a draw. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. No. A draw tonight wouldn't, depending on how they get it, wouldn't necessarily be the worst result in the world. But ideally, you want the win that you're dreaming of, to have the lead ahead of the second leg.
And of course Newcastle have got steeped history against Barcelona in this competition. They've played them 5 times. They've only won once, but that one victory here in 1997 at St James's Park, a night that no Newcastle United supporter will ever forget.
No, and if you're a younger supporter, then I'm sure family will have told you about it, but while you're listening to us in the build-up, get on YouTube and look at Newcastle 3, Barcelona 2 from 1997. And it was a funny time because Alan Shearer, who is here that you mentioned, Les Ferdinand, the great Les Ferdinand, is here. Well, they weren't playing because Ferdinand had been sold controversially. Shearer had got injured. They couldn't stop Ferdinand joining Spurs. They didn't really have fit strikers for most of that season. They had to bring in Ian Rush, who was at the end of his career. Tino Asprilla led the line, obviously, and then got the glory, the headlines. But it was a Newcastle team probably at the end of the entertainers era. Kenny Dalglish was manager. He got them into the Champions League, finishing well the previous season, and they won a qualifier. And it all kicked off against Barcelona for them in the Champions League proper with that match. And yeah, just special. Iconic, the goals, Keith Gillespie's part. We'll hear from him on our show later because he's here tonight. And other members of that 97 team are also in attendance, including John Beresford, who grabbed a few Champions League goals that campaign, which made him an unlikely scorer. But yeah, just so many great things when you look back at that night and that match in particular. And it's probably one that, even though they were transitioning from the great Kevin Keegan team, and it was into a team that then struggled in the league for a few years, it's one that I think you look at that probably defines an era and what Newcastle achieved in the 90s. I wasn't here for that, Ando. You were. People who were say it was the best atmosphere they can remember, and that was before Level 7 was put on. St James's Park held 36,000, not 52.
Yeah, the atmosphere that night was incredible. It was an incredible game as well. It's remembered for obviously Asprilla's hat-trick, Gillespie's crosses, but people forget that right at the death Rivaldo smacks the crossbar with a free kick. And you thought, we need the final whistle, we're desperate for the final whistle, because as the game wore to a close, Barcelona were putting more and more pressure onto us. But it was the noise and the atmosphere was electric, and there was only 36,000 here that night.
And it was a match that a young Eddie Howe watched on the television.
Yeah, I watched the game. I don't remember where I was. I assume I was at home, but memory is a bit hazy of that time of my life. I think I was very, very focused on my own playing career at the time and the early stages of that. But I think you couldn't not watch that moment. It was on terrestrial TV. It was one of those legendary games, and of course we want people in future years to be talking about this team. And of course Tino Asprilla gets a hat-trick, mainly off Keith Gillespie's delivery on the right, and I'd want our players to be talked about in the same way 20, 30, 40 years later.
08000 321 333 on the WhatsApp, by the way. Start your messages with BBC tonight. That's what Simon's done in South Shields. He's a Newcastle fan. Says, I'll never forget that 97 game. I was in Menorca and watched it out there in disbelief and celebrated well into the night watching it in Spain. Just to set you the scene here at St James's Park, by the way, I've never seen so many lights and cameras and microphones. It's got that real feeling of an enormous European night. Wayne Rooney's just stood pitch side there waiting to probably do a hit into television. Some of the Barcelona players have made their way onto the field as well. Marcus Rashford is out there at the minute. Of course, he was the hero in the last game between these two sides. 2 wonderful goals. And there's a rumour tonight, Andrew, that he may not even start. It just shows the quality that Barcelona have got.
Well, that'd be a help if he didn't play, especially when you consider the 2 goals that he got in that game here that night. I mean, as Razor's already mentioned, that second goal was a quality strike. You know, it's a great hit. It was a goal that was good enough to win any game, to be fair. But it just shows the quality that they've got. You know, we spoke about it earlier on, Harry, that from an offensive point of view, they've got players who are very, very comfortable on the ball. That's the one thing you'll see tonight. You know, from a technical point of view, they're all very, very good on the ball. They keep the ball, they move the ball so well. But defensively, they're a little bit fragile. You know, you can get at them, you can ask questions of them. I think we've got the pace to hoard them. And it's all about when chances come along, taking those chances. And that's something that we haven't done in recent games. You know, we've created chances, but we haven't put the ball in the back of the net. And against some of the sides that we played against, I suppose Manchester City at the weekend is a prime example. If you don't take your chances, you know that they will punish you, and that's exactly what they did.
And every Newcastle player is going to have to be on top of their game, but particularly Razor Lewis Hall. You feel it's going to be an enormous night for him going up against Lamine Yamal, but he will fancy this given how well he's played, not just in the last couple of months but the entire season in a black and white shirt.
Yeah, I think we've been in really good form this Champions League campaign. I think it's been obviously a bit frustrating comparing that to sort of our league form at the minute. But yeah, if we look purely at our Champions League campaign so far, I think we can be really proud of the performances and the efforts that we've put in throughout the seasons and the last couple of seasons as well. I think we've shown that on our day that we can be a good game against anyone, and I truly believe as a member of this team that I feel like we can beat anyone on our day, because I feel like we've got a lot of quality, we've got the passion, and obviously we've got a really passionate set of supporters as well, as everyone will know. So we're all looking forward to tomorrow, and it's a massive opportunity for us.
And he's absolutely one of those Newcastle players, Razor, that's going to be absolutely full of confidence heading into this evening as well.
I think he's a player that belongs in the Champions League, and he has shown, particularly over the last year and a half, why Newcastle did so well to get him from Chelsea, where he was coming through and made an early impact. And he's a wonderful player, one of the best young fullbacks around, up against one of not just the best young attacking players, but one of the best attacking players in the world, full stop, in Lamine Yamal. Hopefully Lewis Hall can stop Yamal doing for Barcelona what Keith Gillespie did for Newcastle in '97, but it could be an epic battle. But as Ando mentioned, and you've talked about, Harry, there's just top quality all over the pitch. They are one of the best, but interestingly they finished below Spurs in the league phase. So what does that tell you? I don't know. Well, maybe nothing.
Look, at Hall's been outstanding, but against Silvinho against Manchester City, it was a great battle. That, you know, they went toe to toe, and no quarter asked, no quarter given, and he all of a sudden he thought, I've got over that one, got through that, and all of a sudden a few days later he's got he's got Yamal to come up against. Look, but he's listening to him talk there, you know, he feels, he sounds, he speaks really, really well. You know, he sounds so mature for somebody of such a tender age. You know, he's maturing into a top player. You know, there's no doubt in my mind that he'll definitely go to the World Cup with England and probably be their number one left back, but because his performances this season have been outstanding.
And it goes without saying that Lewis Hall is going to be named in the Newcastle United starting 11. Razor, we'll find out the team news at around 1:45, so I'll let you go for now. That was Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle United commentator. If you want to speak to John Anderson tonight, our former Magpies defender, who of course will be covering every single kick of Newcastle United versus Barcelona, you know what to do. Call the free to call number 0800 234 6565. Total Sport here with Harry Roy, sitting in for Simon Pride in a huge evening at St James's Park. We've talked Newcastle, we'll talk Sunderland next. The time is 28 minutes past 6.
BBC Radio Newcastle at breakfast.
It's a massive Champions League night for Newcastle tonight. Could they go on and win the whole thing? We asked Alan Shearer.
Yeah, I mean, why not? What's the point of entering a competition if you don't believe you can win it? And Newcastle have to have that mentality. I listened to Eddie's press conference yesterday when he was saying it's the biggest game in the club club's history. That's the way they have to feel and think. And I think with the atmosphere tonight, with everything that will go on tonight, I think it'll be a great occasion. And as I said, I think tonight we'll have to damage them tonight if we're going to get through to the next round.
Breakfast, weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport here with Harry Roy live from St James's Park. We talked a little bit about Newcastle United, but now time to turn our attention towards Sunderland, joined by, of course, our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes and former Black Cat striker Marco Gabbiadini. Barnes, it's the first time we've had the opportunity to speak to you after the game against Port Vale at the weekend. Some of the callers we had on Total Sport last night seemingly far from happy with what they saw from the team. Did you kind of get the feeling that Port Vale quite simply wanted it more at the weekend, or?
Yeah, I can't. I don't have anything to suggest that Sunderland deserved anything on Sunday. I think their lack of intensity in the tie, their lack of desire, they were outmatched by Port Vale, and I think all the Sunderland fans that I've heard and I've read, I think their anger is justified. I think Marco said last week that whatever team Sunderland put out on Sunday should have been good enough to beat a team who are bottom of League One, and I stand by that. I don't think Sunderland, with the team that they put out on Sunday, just the two changes, the two suspended players, Siddiqui and Hume missing, Taulby came in, and that 11 was certainly an 11 that you wouldn't have you wouldn't have been at all surprised to have seen playing in the Premier League. It's an 11 or 9 of that 11 that put in such a battling performance at Leeds on the Tuesday night, and I think those 3,000 plus who made the journey to Port Vale on Sunday, many of them who've been to Bournemouth made that journey, many of them who've made that journey to Leeds, then put their hands in their pockets to go to Port Vale on the Sunday, were quite justified in feeling that they needed a performance from their team, and they just didn't see it. Port Vale, they wanted it more, and as I say, it came down to a real a lack of intensity from Sunderland, which they from start to finish they never really caused Port Vale too many problems. I thought their 3 centre halves were fantastic, or 4 actually, because McGlaw came on in the second half for Humphreys, but the 3 of them had a very, very comfortable afternoon, and I can understand the anger, I can understand the frustration, and I could when the club, Regis Lebris, we're here from Luco 9 in a moment, said we put it behind us, we move on, but I think there's a lot of people still looking for answers.
Marco, was there a sense that you felt that maybe some of those Sunderland players, particularly the ones that arrived in the summer, maybe a little bit too naive to the occasion, the fact that it's an FA Cup game and we see upsets like this quite a bit? It's not going to be the first time that a Premier League side are beaten by a League One team in these competitions, because it does spring up these sort of results sometimes.
It does happen, but it's a shock when it does, and it's disappointing, because the Sunderland this year have been they've been a good team. They've been a team that, as Nick said there, the supporters have really bought into what's been happening at obviously our home record was fantastic until past Christmas. We had the best home record just about in the league, unbeaten, plus getting some big results away from home, which made us, we've never really been under pressure as far as or mentioned. That's probably the biggest way to measure it is, we've never really been mentioned in the relegation fight all season, and that has been remarkable, really. So I think probably it was a big based on sorry, are we still there? Can you hear me?
I thought I'd lost you. You're back now. You cut out for just a second, but we've got
sorry
you.
A team that has been built around that intensity that Nick mentioned, fast passing, the speed that we turn over the ball. So if it wants to go, if you've got it at right back and it goes out to left back, it happens probably 20-30% quicker than it used to do in the Championship, and it's all those little things that make us into a team that plays a certain brand of football. And I think last night some of our supporters were getting a little bit wound up and a little bit emotional about it because they couldn't understand why we were so poor. But I think you have to take it down to sort of the technical terms in that that we had 500 and odd passes in the game, but they were all too slow and too bobbly, and if you don't trust the ball is going to get to you, which is what football used to be like, you weren't sure whether, so then you don't make the run to support that player, all of a sudden everything breaks down. But you have to find a plan B, and I think that's the bit where it maybe just needed to be, you could have stuck Luke O'Nien at centre forward, which he's done before, and just get the ball to him, because he will win it in those and make it a proper battle. Because at 1-0 down, which was for quite a long time in the game, we really didn't do much about it, did we, Nick?
No, and I think the biggest frustration for a lot of people is that this season there's a massive opportunity for Sunderland to have reached the quarter-finals, semi-finals with the winner Everton. They go to Oxford, they grind out a 1-0 there, and then to face Port Vale, a team who, as we've said, are bottom of League One. What an opportunity for Sunderland. Anybody else sort of relished that draw, and it was a brilliant opportunity for Sunderland to have a cup run. And to see it slip away in the manner in which it slipped away at the weekend. I mean, there's lots of question marks still. A lot of people asking me. I bumped into a couple of people today saying, why didn't they bring on Garigusian at the end, and why didn't they, Abdullahi? That they were both on the bench. They're both itching for an opportunity to play. They had nothing to lose. There was they're losing 1-0. Try something a little bit different. Maybe they would have come on and had that desire, that appetite to try and prove themselves. I mean, then the level that they're playing at is no lower than Port Vale. It certainly warranted possibly a try, but they were so predictable. They were so pedestrian in so many ways. As I mentioned, they lacked that intensity. For all the possession that they did have, Port Vale were pretty comfortable when it came to
possession is one thing, Nick. I think what catches teams out like Sunderland and in these similar scenarios, it's the tempo. You're playing at the wrong tempo. You can't raise the tempo because you're trying to play a certain brand of football that's not suited to the conditions. So you have to and look, these players are coached and almost in a robotic style in some respects. So obviously I'm not saying they're robots, but there is a formula that you get the ball, it goes back at certain, and there's certain triggers, things set moves off, the triangles, they're supporting each other, when a pass is made, say from the centre of midfield out to a wide player, one of the attacking midfielders, a Lafay or whatever, has to try and make a supporting run and give an option. The fullback has to give. But if the pitch is slow and bobbly and you're not under control of it all the time, because it does, if a pitch is poor, it doesn't take you one touch or no touch. Sometimes players play a pass without controlling it. If you then start having to have one or two touches to get the ball under control, it kills everything. But I think sometimes what happens with coaching is, it's almost like an over-coaching. They still demand you do the right thing, or what they think is the right thing of what we've been doing all season, because you'll get there in the end. An opening will happen, and if one of those, clear, we had some clear chances. If one of them goes in, it changes straight away. But unfortunately for Sunderland, it didn't come and it didn't happen, and that's when people start losing, getting angry and upset, because, as you said, it was a great opportunity to get into, one match away from another Wembley visit would have been fantastic for the supporters.
Well, let's hear from Luke O'Nien.
Let's hear from Luke O'Nien. Barnes, do you want to take it away?
Well, because he was captain on Sunday at Port Vale. I managed to grab him briefly after the tie night. And naturally, of course, he was disappointed with the result.
Yeah, very disappointing. And losing games of football, they hurt, especially it's the FA Cup and you want to go as far as you can. And today it just wasn't meant to be for us.
We'd spoken in the week with Regis about how proud he was of the way you battled at Leeds United on Tuesday, because you've got that within that group of players. Where did you not find that today, if you see what I mean?
Yeah, listen, I'm still proud of the team. You know, you step across that line, you give everything, and sometimes you can't win them. And we created our chances today. We didn't give them much, and we couldn't win the game. So I've got to give credit to the opposition as much as it hurts, and wish them luck. I've been the lower league team trying to beat the Premier League teams before, and it's they did a good job. So got to give some respect to them, and we just got to move forward.
As you say, you know this level. You've played at this level so many times. You knew what to expect to a degree.
Yeah, listen, we spent 4 years in this league. So we know exactly what it's like. Teams don't give you anything, and that was no different today. So really disappointed, and just there's not a lot to say.
Did you always have that feeling it was going to be one of those afternoons that you could play it on and on and on, and you just weren't going to get that breakthrough? That sort of feel about it.
You just got to look at all the FA Cup games where Premier League teams. I don't think anyone's beating anyone by more than one goal, so they're all close. And listen, we'll pick it apart. But at the minute, I don't want to say too much because I've got to give credit to the other team on their day, and I wish them all the best.
How's the dressing room? Emotional, angry, quiet? What's the mood?
Obviously a bit of everything. Any game of football you lose, there's disappointment. Even if it's in training, it's five-a-side, and you use that to move forward and to get better. And that's what we've got to do.
Yeah, always difficult, isn't it, for a player to come and speak after that sort of result, Marco?
It is, but I just find I'm still surprised that, for all the, Luke knows, as he said in that interview there, he's definitely disappointed and he's wanting to move on. But it wasn't as though it came as a surprise the way that Port Vale played. As he said himself, he'd had 4 years in League One. He knows exactly what the players were going to expect, which is why it comes as a surprise to me that Sunderland seemed surprised that that's what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marco, do you think he's come under unfair scrutiny in the last couple of days, Luke O'Nien? Because I think he is one of the leaders in that dressing room. He's very vocal on social media. He's a lot more public than a lot of those Sunderland players. Maybe that's gone against him when it doesn't go as well on the pitch.
Look, I do think Nick's put the he's asked the questions that the fans are are talking about, and those people who travel all those hours. But at the end of the day, it's sport, and these things happen. And I know, last night we had callers getting upset with some of the things I said, but I think sometimes you've just got to. I think we overanalyze things, and also social media is an absolute disgrace for these things at times, because unfortunately people can say whatever they want, whether it's justified or not, and also. What their experience is. They don't take into account some of the technical things that are happening. For Port Vale, they were on their attitude, their mentality going to the game was probably the polar opposite of Sunderland's, and that is that had an effect on the game, because once they got their goal, they're thinking, wow, what's happening here? This could be a miracle. Let's just keep going. And these things happen. And Sunderland's mentality after that goal went in was, oh wow, we could be out here. We're going to get slaughtered. We're going to get pulled to pieces. And that's the pressure of professional sport. And I also think, as I said last night, people underestimate how close the gap is between League One and the Premier League. We've got teams who regularly get promoted and take players all the way through from those divisions, and a lot of players start their careers in, I saw Jack Grealish playing in division in the fourth tier when he was a young lad. There are the goalkeeper for them is an Australian international, and and on loan from Villa. Lots of their players have different stories. So I think we've got to. I know people are upset, and I know it's an opportunity missed. But it's not unusual, and it's not like we shouldn't be putting the players down as much as criticising them in social media blatantly and calling them out, because these players, we've got to we want to rely on them for the rest of the season, and also what they've done this season has been pretty incredible in my opinion.
There are a couple of things there that compounded, I think, anger from the fans on Sunday. One of the statistics I was told before the game is that Port Vale have actually not spent any money on any of those players in terms of transfer fees this season. They've all been free transfers, or they were out of contract. And the Sunderland team, does that make, Nick? The Sunderland team was worth 100 million, apparently. I'm just putting things into perspective.
Yeah,
right?
but
Yeah, so that's one thing, people will look at and they will take whatever they will.
Players don't cost, don't pay, no clubs at that level don't pay transfer fees, Nick.
So I'm just making the point that that's what I was told.
Yeah, but
a team that costs nothing against a team that costs 100 million.
It didn't cost nothing.
It
didn't cost
team.
When players at that level
there's wages
get
and so
to the
on,
end of a 2-year contract and they're free agents, Nick. That's
the point I'm making
bit of a pointless
is it feeds into the narrative, doesn't it? And the other narrative on Sunday, which made everybody angry, was the players didn't come across to thank the Sunderland fans. Only one did, and that was Chris Rigg. It wasn't unnoticed.
That's disappointing. Yeah.
And there's been a lot of anger about that. And all credit to Chris Rigg. He didn't just come down and clap from a distance. He actually went right down to the supporters and handed his shirt to one of the fans. And that, as I say, was not unnoticed. And in the light of the result, that, as I say, compounded a lot of anger, I think.
Yeah, that's
and it
not
wasn't
good.
just.
I'm surprised that it's surprising that with Luke, who knows the history of the club and the story of the club over the last 8 or 9 years, that he wasn't. He didn't make that happen. So that is surprising, isn't it?
Absolutely that. I mean, not a great weekend for Sunderland's first team, but the under-21s last night, Barnsley, certainly had a good evening.
They did, and it's interesting, isn't it? I mentioned a couple of those players. Ahmed Abdullahi was one of them. Harrison Jones as well, who was on the bench the weekend and didn't get to play. But they extended their unbeaten run to 8 games with a 5-2 win over Leeds in Premier League 2 last night. Abdullahi scored twice, either side of Harrison Jones scoring in the 48th minute. Then there were a couple of goals pulled back by Alfie Cresswell and Harvey Vincent. But Jack Whittaker scored in the 78th minute and Jack Waters in the 92nd minute, and that moves Sunderland up to 12th in Premier League 2.
Any more Sunderland news, Barnsley?
Yeah, just one final thing. Sunderland supporters attending the derby next month are told that the club is letting them know they can take advantage of official club subsidised coach travel. There's anyone with a match ticket can access return travel from the Stadium of Light to St James's Park for just £10, but prices are limited and they must be booked in advance, so check out the Sunderland website for that.
Barnsley, thank you very much for that, and
cheers.
Barnsley, thank you very much. That was Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator. Marco, of course, is going to stick around for a little bit longer to take some of your calls as well. If you agree with what you've heard on the show tonight from a Sunderland or a Newcastle United perspective, or maybe you disagree with what Marco or Ando have said, you know what to do. The free to call number 0800 234 6565. You can text 81333. Start your messages with BBC. WhatsApp also an option too. 08000 321 333. We are live here at St James's Park as we continue to build towards Newcastle United versus Barcelona in the Champions League. Kick-off at 8 o'clock. You'll be able to hear the match on all frequencies, Freeview channels, as well as BBC Sounds. But it's time for you to have your say. The time is just past 7:15.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We'll talk to Adrian in just a second, but just to mention that Matt Bailey off on holiday, so Simon Pride's sitting in for the week on The Breakfast Show. That's why he's not here tonight. He'll have all the reaction to the Magpies' Champions League clash with the mighty Barcelona, and he'll be catching up with the man who's just finished racing around the world by himself in a small yacht to raise money for charity. Make sure you join Pride for all the usual bits and bobs. The Canny Cryptic Clue, What's the Word, and Masters of Pop, all from 6 a.m. But the time has creeped past 7:15, which means that we have those all-important teams, Razor.
Well, the Newcastle United team contains a shock, I would say. Anthony Gordon, their top scorer this season and 10 Champions League goals, is on the bench.
Wow.
William Osula starts. What a massive night for William Osula, starting against Barcelona. Here's the team. Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall. Midfield of Ramsey, back from suspension, Tonali and Joelinton. Elanga and Barnes in the wide positions, and Osula up front. Newcastle's bench, Pope, Ruddy and Harris, the 3 goalkeepers there. Botman, Wissa, Gordon, Livramento, Jacob Murphy, Voltemada, Willock, Alex Murphy and Neve. Ramsdale continuing in goal, Ramsey back from suspension, and Osula leading the attack with Gordon named as a substitute.
Ando, would you presume that is an injury or illness related thing to not have Anthony Gordon starting tonight, given he was rested over the weekend?
You would think so, wouldn't you? Rumours were flying around downstairs earlier on that he wasn't going to play, but there's always rumours around players in certain games. To not have him, especially the form that he's in the Champions League, is a big blow. You would imagine if he was fit he'd definitely play. So it's obviously illness, or he's carrying some sort of a knock. Asula up top, interesting one. That's a very interesting one when you've got two real recognised so-called centre forwards on the bench.
Yep, let's bring in Adrian in. Good evening.
All right, Margo. All right, Ando. Asula.
Hello, mate.
Just walking up.
So you're happy with that one then?
Outside the ground. The atmosphere is absolutely amazing. It's really buzzing. What a night it is for us. What a night.
Yep.
This is what it's all about.
Are you confident?
Really? And Eddie's right. It's the biggest game we've had in recent history. In terms of what it could mean, and absolutely buzzing about the whole night. I've got every single programme going back to the start of the campaign, and I've got tonight, and I want a victory. And
so what do you expect? What are you expecting tonight then?
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah, I think 3-1. I think we'll really go at them to start with. I think we'll shake them up a bit, and they play a really high line, so we can get behind them. The pace we've got. I mean, it is a blow knock Gavin Gordon because he can hold the ball quite well, but why not? This is what it's all about, isn't it? Ando, it's been a long time since we've done it over them, but that's still one better than we did last time. And let's get 3-1. That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, if you
lads, I'll let you all do a bit more analysis and everything. I'm going to go and get some cash out to pay for me ticket. And did you get the winner challenge today, Ando?
I got out of it all right today. Yeah, I didn't. I've got some money to spend tomorrow. Put it that way.
He's being modest. He had a good winner.
Stick it on a free one, all right,
Adrian, thank you very much.
All right, Adrian, no bother. All the best, mate. Take it easy.
That was Adrian, who's given us a call tonight on the number 0800 234 6565. We'll talk to Lawrence, who's a Sunderland fan. Next, the time is 9 minutes to 7.
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
It's lovely to be back, and I've been chatting to Greg James ahead of his Red Nose Challenge.
Love the Northeast
Good.
So much. It's a very, very special part of the world for me. It's where I started doing radio, and when we did the route for this, I said we've got to go through the Northeast somehow. We're going to be passing through Sunderland.
Like, I'm 53 now, and I still say yes to every single thing that they ask me to do, because you do learn about
You're
yourself.
not 53.
Yeah, I am 53. It's just a good angle. You've got me out there.
Listeners, I can see Anna on the screen. There's no way you're 53. She's lying.
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
It's an absolute privilege, I must say, to be at St James's Park tonight as we build up towards Newcastle United versus Barcelona in the Champions League. So many lights, so many cameras. The fans just starting to filter in towards the stadium tonight. The Barcelona players have already been out for a pre-match look at the pitch. Lamine Yamal and co. didn't make a venture out, but Marcus Rashford was there a little bit before. Wayne Rooney and Daniel Sturridge doing TV duty before, went over and gave them a little handshake before heading into the dressing room. He's on the bench tonight, by the way, for Barcelona. I wonder if he will have an impact off the bench. But let's talk Sunderland with Lawrence, who's on the line now. Good evening, Lawrence.
Hello, everybody. Right, Mark,
hello, Lawrence.
Let's forget about Sunday. But no, I just want to defend. Poor Luke 09 was from hung, drawn and quartered by somebody last night. And I thought, we've got small memory. I mean, somebody said about he wouldn't let him anywhere near the ground. Something stupid like that. And I thought, hey,
Well, people do sometimes lose the plot a little bit, and I don't think that's unfair. Look, Luke O'Nien has been a giant for this club for what is.
Of course he has. Yes.
Where he took the team. I know this year we're all still wondering whether he's good enough to be a regular in Premier League football. There's no doubt about that, and I don't think that's unfair on Luke. You have to play 20, 30 games to see if a player's. But look, he probably is. The trouble is, for that to happen, that's somebody's going to have to be injured a long time, and we're not going to have to sign any players. So I'm not sure. And we see that often with players. They get promoted, they get relegated back down, or they get promoted with the side, and after a year or so they move on to pastures new. Luke O'Nien has been absolutely brilliant for this club. He's a character. I think he's also usually does the right thing, in whether it's dealing with the fans and the players are a little bit more closer than maybe they have been in the past because of social media. You can ask a player this, you can request that they do this, or support somebody who's going through a difficult time with an illness or something like that. And I think he's always responded to those things, hasn't he? I think, and so to call him out for one bad afternoon and just seems a little bit bad form for me. But look,
that was awful. Yes. I mean, what he's done what he's done for the club.
But the thing is, you've got to remember that probably 95% of the people are like me and you. But unfortunately, there are people who are in that 5% who will do that on an occasion like this, but their voices are usually the loudest ones, unfortunately. But just because that team lost it in a bad way on Sunday for me, hasn't spoilt the season. It's just meant that we've missed an opportunity, because I think the team have been
very much so.
Yeah. So that, and look, I've been there. I've been in dressing rooms when things like that have happened. I've been in these situations, and you have to. For a footballer, all you can do is just park it and move on, and that's not being flippant to the supporters who put their time in and spend their money to come and support the team. They're the reason.
I understand, but
yeah.
Lawrence's perspective needed when you've had the season you've had at Sunderland. I think if you went to any Sunderland supporter at the start of the season and went 40 points by March, a Derby Day victory over Newcastle, but knocked out the FA Cup by Port Vale, would you have took that at the start of the season?
Very much so. And then we've got the Derby, the second Derby that comes. That's another victory. So there's the double.
Ando smiling alongside me here, Lawrence.
Ando, listen, there's one thing. If Gordon's injured, why is he on the bench?
Yeah, that seems odd, doesn't it?
That would make though, didn't he?
Well, apparently Murphy couldn't play at the weekend, Jacob Murphy, and he was on the bench. I think it boils down to the fact that he hasn't got any others. He's done that a few times actually. He's put players on the bench when they haven't been fit, but I think it's just to make the numbers up, to be quite honest.
Sat with hazmat suits on and masks on if it's an illness that's going round.
Exactly.
There has been a bug going around, because there's been one or two of them have been out with it, but he's been carrying a little bit of an ankle knock as well, so I don't know what it is,
Lawrence, we'll let you go, but thank you very much for getting in touch with the programme tonight.
All the best. Cheers, Lawrence. Take it easy.
Thank you, Lawrence. But he does make a good point there from Newcastle perspective, Ando, that if Anthony Gordon isn't fit, isn't 100% to start, should a player even from the academy, for example, get a call up ahead of him? Or when you've got a player of his quality with a pedigree he's got in this competition this season, even a 40% Gordon has to be involved in some capacity tonight?
I think he's put him on there hoping that if he's needed, he can play some part in it. Look, there's no doubt if he was 100% fit, he'd be starting. He scored goals for fun in the Champions League. He was 3 behind Mbappe. So he would want to play. He would want to be involved, because he's got that opportunity of catching.
Yeah.
Mbappe. That's what he would love to do. But that's if he's not 100% fit, they're obviously not prepared to take a chance on him.
No. Kev from Felling's been in touch, says, evening lads, have been watching Cheltenham all day. The less said about the better, in brackets. Does Ando agree that Newcastle will need the look of the Irish tonight if we're going to be in contention when we enter the final furlong next week, which will be the away leg? Kev, good work there.
Well, there wasn't much look of the Irish today from me.
You're being modest.
So if they had the look of the Irish that I had today, good luck to them. No, look, I think when we played him in the opening game of this Champions League campaign, we gave as good as we got, especially in that opening 45 minutes, and we had two big chances early on. You know, if we could have taken them, it may well have been a different game, Harry.
The voice of John Anderson, the former Newcastle United defender, here on Total Sport, live from St James's Park. Marco Gabbiadini here with us as well, the ex-Sunderland striker. Thanks to everyone who's been in touch so far. We'll get to much more of your calls and text after 7 o'clock tonight. There is lots more to look forward to then after your latest news, which is coming up next.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 o'clock with the BBC News, I'm Vicky Carter. The US Defense Secretary says today will see the most intense strikes on Iran since the war began, and American attacks will continue until Iranian forces are totally defeated. He also refused to be drawn on a timeline for the conflict, saying it was up to President Trump whether this was the beginning, the middle or the end. The BBC's North America editor, Sarah Smith.
They want to send one message to the markets to say don't worry about a long drawn out conflict and the effect that might have on the price of oil. But at the same time, they want to say to Iran, well, we're not going to cut and run just because of rising oil prices.
The US Energy Secretary Chris Wright has deleted a social media post in which he claimed that the US Navy had successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear why, but the message briefly resulted in a sharp drop in the price of oil. Iran's Revolutionary Guards called the claim a pure falsehood. Back here, drivers say the increase in oil prices caused by the war in the Middle East is already affecting their lives. Michael Gatti runs several petrol stations in Cumbria.
The situation at the moment is very volatile indeed. Our cost price has gone up each day for the last 10 days or so. If the conflict goes on, I imagine it'll stay fairly volatile for quite a long time.
HMS Dragon has left Portsmouth for the Eastern Mediterranean, where it will help protect UK military bases. The deployment of the Type 45 destroyer was first announced more than a week ago. Officials say the ship had been prepared as quickly as possible, completing 6 weeks of work in just 6 days. The BBC's Steve Humphrey was there when it left.
And this is the moment that so many people have travelled so far to see. And people here on the round tower are now waving, and a few waves back also from the sailors on board.
The Health Secretary has made a U-turn over who would lead an independent inquiry into maternity failures at an NHS trust. Wes Streeting announced an investigation into the Leeds Teaching Hospital's NHS trust after the BBC revealed the deaths of at least 56 babies may have been prevented. After growing pressure from families, Mr Streeting today confirmed the senior midwife, Donna Ockenden, would oversee the inquiry after previously saying she would not be appointed. In football, in the UEFA Champions League, Tottenham are away to Atletico Madrid in their first leg. That's at 8 o'clock. At the same time, Newcastle are at home to Barcelona. And a schoolgirl has created rainbow glasses to help people with dyslexia to read easier. 13-year-old Millie from Salford in Greater Manchester has the condition herself. Her design allows for one pair of glasses to have interchangeable coloured lenses to allow users to choose what best suits them. They've been taken on by an engineering company to create a prototype. You're up to date. It's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, welcome back to Total Sport, which comes live, of course, from St James's Park tonight. And what an evening we've got in prospect. Champions League last 16 action on Tyneside as Newcastle United get ready to take on the mighty FC Barcelona in the first leg. Kick-off, it will be here in just under an hour's time. But Matthew Racebeck, our Magpies commentator, is here with that all-important team news.
Anthony Gordon is on the bench for Newcastle tonight. William Osula leads the attack. There are 3 changes to the team, which is Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes and Osula.
Reza, thank you very much for that one. Still plenty to get through from a Sunderland perspective as well tonight after that painful FA Cup defeat at Port Vale. The reaction from supporters last night was very, very strong indeed. So please continue to have your say. We'll of course be joined by a journalist guest who's going to bring us the latest from the Newcastle and Sunderland camp as well. We'll also get the latest from the Barcelona camp too, ahead of a huge evening here at St James's Park. But on air until 10:30 tonight. The free to call number that you need to know, 0800 234 6565 if you want to speak to John Anderson or Marco Gabbiadini tonight. So please come and have your say on your team on tonight's Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Where they are displaying the top scorers in the Champions League on the big screen here at St James's Park. Kylian Mbappe in number 1 position on 13 goals. Harry Kane in 3rd on 8. And slap bang in the middle there, Anthony Gordon on 10 goals. But the story, like Reza was mentioning there, Ando, is that he is on the bench tonight. Yeah. A significant blow, you feel?
It is a blow, yeah. It most definitely is a blow, especially when you look at his record in the Champions League so far this season. He's been scoring goals for fun. You know, he hasn't been able to replicate that in the Premier League from open play, but in the Champions League he gets a little bit more space, and he utilises that, and he's scored plenty of goals for us. So to not have him tonight is a major blow. Another opportunity for Osula again up the middle, but no Gordon. You would have liked to have seen Gordon in there, there's no doubt about it.
And the approach you feel with Osula starting will be full throttle. He's going to go for it. Is that maybe the way against that high line, that Barcelona high line that's been talked about?
They do play a high line. I mean, Manchester City played a high line, but you look at the pace that's in that forward 3, and Barnes, Osula, Elanga, you know, plenty of pace. Looking to get in behind this Barcelona high line. Will they change it tonight? Will they defend a little bit deeper? I'm not too sure they will, because I think they've got so much confidence and belief in the way that they play the game and in their own ability that they can get at us. You know, but it gives us opportunities to get in. There's no doubt about it. I think you go back to the league game at Manchester City at the Etihad when they played a high line first half, and we got so much joy in behind. You know, Elanga and Gordon caused them all sorts of problems. They changed it at half time and defended a little bit deeper. Well, defended an awful lot deeper. In fact, defended like an away side, to be quite honest. So look, I think if we're going to get any joy, it is going to be in down the channels between centre backs and full backs for the pace of those 3 forward players.
Does how good Barcelona were in this match in September play on the mind of those Newcastle players at all heading into this, or is it a clean slate completely?
No, different game, different situation. You know, what you've got to remember is for 45 minutes we were on a par with Barcelona. We matched Barcelona, and we had 2 big chances early on. And that is the difference in this competition as well. You know, when you get chances against especially now when you're into the knockout stages of this competition, when the quality sides come into it, when you get chances and get good chances, you've got to take them. Because I said against Manchester City at the weekend, Manchester City give you chances. They will give you opportunities. But when they give you those opportunities, you've got to take them. You've got to be good enough to go and take them, because if you don't, they will punish you at the other end. And that's exactly what Manchester City did at the weekend. Yep. And if we do the same tonight, Barcelona will do exactly the same to us. They will, because if they get opportunities at the other end, they will score.
Just to run you through the Barcelona starting 11 as well, Joan Garcia was linked with Newcastle United in the summer, starting goal. João Cancelo, formerly of Manchester City, plays at right back. It's Ronald Araujo and Kubasi at centre half. Jorge Martin plays at left back. Pedri is in the middle of that park alongside 18-year-old Marc Bernal. Fermin Lopez plays in front of them. He'll be flanked by Rafinha, Lamine Yamal, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Andrew's been in touch, says he's predicting a spirited 2-1 victory. We can't keep clean sheets, but I do fancy us to score. Barcelona will slow the game down in the second half. We've also had Mark in Manchester in touch as well. He's a Sunderland fan, said if Sunderland had lost to a big spending team like Man City, then I'm sure they would be using squad costs as a measure of the task that was faced. Money is a huge part of football analysis these days. Marco can't ignore the fact that Sunderland have spent ridiculous money in comparison to Port Vale, that this is an illustration of how bad of a loss it was. Ultimately though, Marco, in your defence, it's 11 footballers going up against 11 footballers.
I think that's probably the point I'm trying to make, is we're sort of almost disrespecting those 11 professionals who beat us. You know, they are professional sportsmen, and yes, of course, you know, they've maybe not played at the levels that these players have had, but many of the players that we've got, we're in a strange part of time as far as transfers are. You know, the numbers of times we see players who all of a sudden are worth 50 million. You know, we've had a number of them at our club in our previous time in the Premier League who are worth 20, 30, 40, 50 million pounds, and then in 2 years they're worth nothing. That sort of tells you how fragile it is. You know, it's a strange situation we have nowadays. It's a strange situation that someone can pay 20, 30 million pound for Joe Bellingham, and then in the hope that he becomes a 60 or 70 million pound player. But he, at the moment he's probably he's in like a pause in his career. So these things happen, and I think that's why we have to sort of the other side of the coin is that clubs below the Premier League don't have the money to really go out and spend. So players are free. They don't spend money on transfer fees below the Championship, and many Championship clubs don't want to spend transfer fees either.
John in Hawtley Springs been in touch. He's a Sunderland fan. Says, I'm a fan of Luke O'Nien because I think he can play and is usually good on the ball, but I think it is symptomatic of the coaching style that instead of doing the attacking thing and hitting the ball up the line, he does the negative thing and turns back in order to keep possession, and under pressure puts the goalkeeper in a terrible position. We nearly conceded an own goal because we're playing the ball to the wrong end of the pitch. Sometimes you just have to do the basics. Do you think John's got a point there, Marco?
Well, I think it was just a strange moment in a game, and Luke O'Nien. Look, Luke was clearly pushed as well. If you look back on that, as he strikes the ball, the defender, the attacking player, puts two hands on him and pushes his torso. He's already in an unusual position, but he pushes him, and that causes the over rotation of his body to kick the ball as wildly as he did. I know, we're nitpicking, but it was a strange moment. But that is what I was talking about earlier on, though. The way that the players are coached now is that they'd rather than play it up the line and for safety and put it out touch maybe 10 yards, 15 yards further up the line. They want to keep possession and go out. Usually that would mean the goalkeeper would maybe take that on his chest, open it up on his right foot and play it out to the right fullback. And because what that is, if we're looking at a bigger picture technically, is that Port Vale had pressure on that side, which is why the Luke O'Nien was had to turn back and go back to his goalkeeper. So that meant there's gaps on the other side of the field, and usually you'd get out there quickly and hopefully find an opening. But that's the difference when you're playing on a dodgy pitch, and maybe a refereeing decision, he let that go. He was happy just to let that go. Been interesting to see if it had have gone in, whether they would have gone back for VAR for a foul, which I think Port Vale had in place on the day, didn't they?
Yeah. 81333 on the text. Make sure you start your messages with BBC. You may have heard a roar inside St James's Park. The Barcelona goalkeeping contingency have come out to warm up here. There's a pocket of Barcelona fans in the top corner of the stadium here at St James's Park. Around 1,300 of them have made the trip over from Catalonia for tonight's game. The time is 13 minutes past 7. We'll get a journalist guest here next.
On BBC iPlayer.
The question has become more urgent. How do we sort fact from fiction? How can we believe what we see?
The hit drama returns.
That is not the shooter I saw. Why am I the only one who saw the suspect?
You think this is correction?
Yes, sir. The news footage has been deep-faked.
Do you trust her judgment? I don't trust, period. The new series of The Capture. Famously unreliable things, memories.
You can't hack a memory.
Stranger things have happened. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport here. Harry Roy sitting in for Simon Pride tonight at St James's Park. It's a star-studded lineup, not just in the press box. Got John Anderson, the former Newcastle United defender, sat next. Matthew Raisbeck has gone somewhere, probably doing something with television. I can see Wayne Rooney down there. Daniel Sturridge is here, and also Tino Asprilla is in the house, the hero of 1997, and another hero here as well, Damien Spellman, the PA's North East Sports reporter. How are you doing, Damien?
I'm very well, thanks.
Do you think Newcastle need to emulate that 1997 if they're going to pull off a result against this Barcelona team tonight?
At least, I would say, yeah. I think, even taking a one goal lead over there makes it a difficult night, but yeah, they would need something of that magnitude, I think.
What do you make of the team, Damien? Because I think it's come as a shock to every Newcastle supporter that Anthony Gordon isn't in that starting 11. I mean, he was rested at the weekend as well, so you'd assume it's something new.
Well, there was a suggestion after the Manchester United game that he was nursing an ankle problem, possibly something to do with that, but yeah, that's a huge blow. His pace and finishing ability have been crucial to this run, and it's a big loss for them tonight, and one they may struggle to make up for.
What sort of result do you think Newcastle need heading to the new camp next week? Because this isn't a one-off fixture. A draw probably wouldn't suffice here for Newcastle.
No, I don't think it would. I mean, for all they've gone to PSG in the last couple of campaigns and got good draws out there, I think they would need at least a 2-goal lead to take to the new camp, and that is going to be pretty difficult to get.
It's interesting that you say that, take a 2-goal lead, Damien. I mean, obviously you see them week in, week out, and you've been here the last few home games. They look wide open defensively. Yeah. They don't look like they're capable of keeping clean sheets at this moment in time. So in order to take a 2-goal lead, you would think they probably need to score at least 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Do you see that happening?
Well, logic says no, but then we didn't see it happening against PSG here, did we, 2 seasons ago?
No, that's very true. But I just think, look, got out of the blocks really, really quickly against Manchester City here on Saturday night for 20 minutes. Deserved to go in front, scored a good goal.
Yeah.
But from the moment that Manchester City equalised, there was only ever going to be one winner.
Yeah, Newcastle faded as Manchester City stepped up again.
And that's got to be a worry, hasn't it? You know, that you cannot keep that intensity up, because that's the way we play. We're at our best when we play at that intensity. You know, we're not good enough to keep the ball and take a little bit of sting out of the game. And that's the one thing that Barcelona will do. They'll move us around the pitch, they'll keep the ball. I mean, we've seen that in the opening night here, didn't it? Especially in that second half.
Oh, yeah, Pedri and De Jong just ran the game, and Newcastle didn't really get a kick.
But they've got a youngster in midfield tonight, haven't they? There's no Frankie De Jong. Gavi travelled with the squad, but he's not starting tonight either. I wonder how he'll feel playing on this pitch, but if he's anything like the other Barcelona academy players like Lamine Yamal and co, he is going to be more than well versed in coming here, you feel, and putting in a good performance.
And he's not got bad players around him either.
Which helps. It most definitely helps.
Biggest game in the club's history is what Eddie Howe called it, recent history, that is. Do you agree with those sentiments, given the nights that Newcastle have had in, even last year, the cup final was absolutely enormous. To put it up there, I think it absolutely is. Whether it's the biggest, how do you feel about that?
I can see why he said it. I think after the disappointment of Saturday, I think everyone needed a lift. everyone needed to understand the magnitude of this game as if they didn't already know it. But I think he was sort of drawing a line in the sand and saying, this one, massive. You know, and in truth, if they got through this tie, that would be an astonishing achievement. But then the excitement that would lie ahead as well, I can see why he said it.
Just want to pick your brains on Sunderland as well before I let you go. Just how big of a blow was that defeat at Port Vale, and do you feel it was a massive opportunity missed for Sunderland, given that they were effectively set to be a game away from a trip to Wembley, would have had Chelsea away, a side who they'd already beaten in the Premier League this season?
Yeah, without a doubt. It seemed to me, I wasn't there, watching from afar, that they just almost didn't turn up. You know, Port Vale were allowed to impose their game, and Sunderland didn't really manage to wrest away the advantage after that. And I know the pitch was dreadful, it suited the way Port Vale played, and I just, for once, I thought Regis Lebris perhaps didn't actually alter it quickly enough when it clearly needed something.
Do you think
fresh.
Xhaka came on too late?
I think he in particular came on too late. Yeah.
Safety obviously secured. We refeel now for Sunderland, barring an absolute disaster. They've reached that magic 40-point mark. Maybe I know it's a distraction, the FA Cup, but having that clear sight on potentially sneaking into Europe, because usually 8 clubs nowadays can get there. Do you feel there was an opportunity there for Sunderland now to press on with the games they've got remaining in the Premier League?
Of course there is. I mean, they had a superb first half of the season, particularly given all the changes in personnel they made in the summer, and they've had a bit of a lull in recent weeks. But yet there's no reason now why they can't go on and really give it a good go in those last 8 games and just see how many points they can compile.
Marco, do you agree with Damien on that front? Because there's a clear run now for Sunderland to try and do something special in these final remaining games of the season. The opportunity's there for them.
Yeah, we sometimes turn that around the other way, don't they? You know, they can focus on the cup or whatever. But look, this year it's been. Yeah, I think we've had an outstanding season in the league. There's no doubt about that, and we've got it. That's at the end of the season. I think this won't be talked about too much, and we will reflect on how really, I was going to say easily, but that's not the right word, but how comfortably and how assured we've been through this season so far. And I think we could, I think there is an opportunity to push for a European place, but there's also is that a poison chalice for a club of our means when we've seen how teams struggle, even Newcastle, who have had years to build their squad. There's a yin and yang, isn't there, of the year that you're in the Champions League. It's not so great because you have to play so many games with a smallish squad. But look, ultimately, I think that it's a season to be proud of, and although we've got the 40 points already, I'm sure there will be more on the board before the end of the season, and the fans will ultimately be happy about it and look back at it as a successful season.
Makes an interesting point, Marco, there, doesn't he, Damien, about the squad depth that you need to compete in European football, because if Sunderland are to make it, they're going to have to bolster once again. We know what PSR regulations do. Look at Newcastle, for example, the amount of money that they've spent, and you still feel that they're probably a couple of players short from being able to compete on 2 fronts like your Arsenals and your Man Cities are doing.
Without a doubt. I mean, not only Newcastle, but look at Aston Villa. They've struggled in the season after Champions League as well, and it's difficult with PSR for clubs like Newcastle and Aston Villa and those who are trying to do the same sort of thing to compete on 4 fronts, with the squad size that they have. And I think this season has proved with Newcastle that it's virtually impossible to do if you go a long way in all competitions.
Well, Damien, thank you very much for popping over to speak to us. Really do appreciate that. Damien Spellman, the PA's North East sports reporter, joining us here tonight on Total Sport. Less than 40 minutes to go until kick-off here at St James's Park. So, Marco, I'll let you go as well. You can have yourself an early finish as well, and we'll catch you on the programme tomorrow.
We've got lots to talk about, I'm sure. I just wanted to tell you that I broke even at Cheltenham as well today, so that's good.
Oh, did you?
I
brilliant. Good stuff.
I was going to say,
you had me there.
Very easy to break even when you don't take your hands out of your pocket, Marco, isn't it?
Anyways, Marco, a tip for you tomorrow would be solid foundations. Just make sure you put your house on it. Yeah?
Oh, yes, very good. Yes.
Marco, we'll catch you tomorrow. Marco Gabbiadini there, the former Sunderland striker, here tonight, talking all things red and white here on Total Sport. Freed from Desire has just started inside St James's Park. This stadium really starting to pack up now as the atmosphere begins to build inside the stadium. An enormous evening awaits at St James's Park. The Champions League is once again here. A last 16 tie for United. They take on Barcelona in the first leg. They will take on the Spanish Giants in the second leg of the tie next week at the Camp Nou. Kickoff is at 5:45 our time on that one. We'll have full match commentary on all of your frequencies, just like we do tonight, as well as BBC Sounds as well. Just going to run you through the Newcastle United team, because I'm aware that a lot of people still joining us quite early before kick-off, dipping in and out of the conversation tonight. If you're wondering where Simon Pride is, by the way, and who I am, I'm Harry Roy, sitting in for the show this week while Pridey looks after the breakfast show in the absence of the one and only Matt Bailey. But to bring you through that Newcastle United team, Aaron Ramsdale starts in goal. It's Kieran Trippier at right back. Your two centre-halves are Malik Chow and Dan Burn. Lewis Hall plays at left back. It's a midfield three of Jacob Ramsey, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton. It's Anthony Elanga on the right, Harvey Barnes on the left, and through the middle, you're probably thinking I'm going to say Anthony Gordon, Nick Voltemade or Johan Visser. No, it is William Osula. Anthony Gordon named amongst the substitutes tonight alongside Sven Botman, Tino Livramento, young goalkeeper Aidan Harris, Alex Murphy, Jacob Murphy, Sean Neve, Nick Pope, John Ruddy, Joe Willock, Johan Visser, as well as Nick Voltemade. Running through the Barcelona starting 11 as well. Garcia in goal, Cancelo at right back, formerly of Manchester City, Araujo and Kubasi at centre half, so Martin at left back. It's the young 18-year-old Marc Bernal in the middle of the park alongside Pedri, Lamine Yamal on the right, Rafinha on the left. Fermin Lopez will be in behind Robert Lewandowski. And speaking of Barcelona, we've got an expert joining us on the show right now. Leia Cavallo joins us, the Barcelona correspondent for The Athletic. Leia, good evening. Welcome to Newcastle, the second time you'll have been here this season. What is the mood like in the Barcelona camp ahead of tonight's game?
The mood is they are taking really seriously this game because the ambition of this team is winning the Champions League this year. I don't know if that's going to happen or if that's too ambitious for this team, but yeah, they really, like the squad really wants to win this competition because most of the players have won almost everything, like the league, the Copa del Rey, and they are just expecting for the Champions League to happen at some point. So they are coming from a really tough game against Atletico de Madrid in the semi-finals. It was really bad for them because they were just knocked out of the competition after losing 4-0, so they don't want that mistake to happen again.
You won at Athletic Bilbao on Saturday 1-0. A number of first team players were rested, weren't they? But Lamine Yamal wasn't. Scored an amazing goal that night. 18 years of age, regarded as one of the best footballers on earth. Quite simply, how good is Lamine Yamal?
Sometimes we are just worthless when we have to describe him because he has such an incredible talent, something that we haven't seen in the Barcelona since a man called Leo Messi. So,
no pressure.
No pressure. But and we don't want to, make comparisons with the player, but he's the kind of player that maybe he has a not that good game, but he is capable of scoring the most amazing goal even if he's not playing at the best. He's ready, and I know that he really is willing for playing this game, so it's going to be amazing to look.
And he's took the place of probably Marcus Rashford, who was the star of the show in this game back in September in the league phase. Is it a surprise to see him on the bench tonight?
Actually, it's not, because if you follow Barcelona, he is not a starter player. He has been playing when Rafinha, Lamine Yamal or Ferran Torres or Lewandowski hasn't been able to do it. He's doing a good job in Barcelona, but in a different role than maybe he was used to. So yeah, I think nobody was expecting him to play. When Lamine Yamal is good, nobody can just replace him. It's impossible, and it's the most decisive player that Barcelona has. So yeah, I think Rashford is just the kind of player that can change the second part.
Other than the obvious Barcelona players, Yamal, your Lewandowskis and your Pedris, who are the other Barcelona players that Newcastle fans should look out for tonight on the pitch?
Definitely Marc Bernal.
Yeah?
He has to be the one. Yeah.
18 years old. Is he another Lamine Yamal prospect like that?
Actually, they have been playing all their legs together alongside with Pau Cubarsí, which is also playing tonight. They are 3 players, but I'm focusing more on Marc Bernal because he's starting to explode right now. He has been doing amazing games, and a lot of people in Barcelona are comparing him to Sergio Busquets.
Wow.
So I think that's pretty amazing. He came from a really bad injury, and I think he's starting to land now.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be really good.
Just one last question to you, Leah. There's a club presidential election going on at Barcelona at the minute. It's something that we do not have here in England, but it seems to be a little bit of tension between Joan Laporta, who's the current president, and Xavi and Leo Messi. Is there any distractions in the Barcelona camp with all of this going on?
I don't think so,
No.
actually. Maybe for Hansi Flick, because he was asked a lot about that yesterday in the press conference, and it's not easy for him because his name was in the interview that was launched yesterday that was a little bit, polemic in Barcelona. I think it's something that the players really can avoid thinking before a game like this, because what they really want is to play a Champions League game. They were in a really nice hotel here in Newcastle, outside everything that is happening, just playing golf and doing some stuff, So I don't think they are just that into it, but it's really a hot topic in Barcelona.
Leah, we will let you go. Thank you very much for your time and enjoy the match this evening. That is Leah Carvalho, the Barcelona correspondent for The Athletic, joining us tonight here on Total Sport. Just over half an hour to go until kick-off here at St James's Park. Both sets of players out on the field warming up. Barcelona towards the Leeds and Newcastle United, trending at the minute towards the east corner of the Gallagher stand, where you can see draped at the back of the Strawberry Corner, as they call it here. We are not here to be popular, we are here to compete, and that is exactly what Newcastle United want to do this evening. And a little bit earlier on, I caught up with some Toon fans ahead of tonight. This lot were soaking up the atmosphere some 3 hours before kick-off. I do wonder how some of them are getting on now. So can I get your names, please?
Nathan.
Scott. What do you think the score's going to be tonight then?
I'm going for a PSG repeat. I'll have a 4-1.
4-1. Do you reckon the same?
I'll be grateful for a 2-1.
And if Newcastle can win tonight, will there be real belief that they can kick on in the competition this season?
Go beat Spurs in the next round, isn't it?
Spurs, what's that to go in the next if they get through over these two?
We prefer either of them than the Barcelona we got now, so if we get past them, anything's possible.
So can I get your names, please?
Elizabeth Newton.
Derek Clifford.
Now, I can hear a Scottish accent and a North East accent. What's going on here then?
From here.
And I'm from in between Edinburgh and Glasgow, Falkirk.
So do you commute from Scotland for every game then, or?
Yes, yeah, aye.
But big one tonight. What's your prediction for it?
I think they might win 1 or 2-1 Newcastle or 1-0 Newcastle. I think they'll win.
Have you got the same level of optimism?
2-1, I think.
And that'll be enough to go to the new camp and win next week.
Exactly.
I think Gordon will want to show off a bit, so
Yeah.
I think it'll be good.
Well, he's brilliant in the Champions League, isn't he?
He is, aye.
As much as we've got a Trippier scarf, I really want Livramento to be the right back. But I'm really rooting for them tonight, so hopefully everything goes well.
And how good's the atmosphere going to be?
Great, brilliant.
It's amazing. The atmosphere is so good, and it's worth the trip down, definitely.
So we've got some brilliant scarves here. We've got an Alanga one. We've got, what scarves is here, mate? Sandro Tonali's your favourite player?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Cooper.
Cooper, what's the score going to be tonight then?
2-1 to Newcastle.
What's your name?
Campbell.
Campbell, have you got the same level of optimism? Do you think a win for Newcastle tonight as well?
Maybe.
Does Lamine Yamal worry you a little bit? No. And how are you feeling ahead of the match tonight?
I'm quite confident, to be fair. I know it's going to be a tough game, but yeah, I think there'll be loads of goals. Yeah, I think we've been quite good in the Champions League, so I reckon I'm going for 3-2, to be fair. To the tune, yeah, definitely.
How are the lads?
How are the lads?
How are the lads?
Now, I'm joined with a man who has got the best hat on Tyneside. Can I get your name?
Yes, my name's Paul.
Now, Paul, you've got an array of badges on there. How long have you been collecting these for?
Over there, there's that many badges. I have to look at putting them on different hats now.
And how long have you been coming to the match for?
Ever since my granddad's friend took me in the Gallagher, and I had to sit on his shoulders, and so I could see the game.
Now, were you here in '97 for the 3-2 win?
Oh, 3-2 with Tino Asprilla.
Best ever?
Yes, best.
Or PSG?
Well, it's up there. It's PSG and Barcelona. Then is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that again.
Take that again. What do you think the score's going to be tonight then?
It's going to be. I think that we've got a tough game. I'll take a draw or a 1-0 and go across. What we don't want is is Barcelona scoring away, so we can take heart from that. Champions League under the lights, it's always special. We can be the 12th man.
The atmosphere set to be incredible again tonight. War Flags have got some brilliant fans. I mean, when St James's Park is like this, it's like no other, really, isn't it?
It certainly is. I get involved with War Flags before with all the displays, because it's part of it's just part of the pre-match ritual for me now. And I'm a part of the Newcastle United Armed Forces Supporters Club, so that we've got a flag in the Gallagher as well. And we are the biggest Armed Forces Supporters Club in the Premier League and Europe.
But get that flag waving high tonight. Enjoy the match.
Will be. I put my flag up in the Leazes end, and I'm there. I will be waving a flag before the match.
Yeah, right. Can I get all your names?
Riley.
Daniel.
Yeah, me.
What's the score going to be tonight then?
2-1 to Newcastle.
2-1 Newcastle.
2-1 to Newcastle.
And how special is that atmosphere going to be in here tonight then?
Absolutely electric.
Who's going to be the difference maker tonight then if Newcastle are to get the job done?
Oh, I'd probably say, I think Voldemort can actually show himself that he is the player for the club.
He hasn't scored as much, but I think Anthony Elanga with their high line, I think Anthony Elanga.
Can I get a however, lads? What a way to finish that with some of the Newcastle United supporters there soaking in the atmosphere pre-kick-off. Just over 25 minutes to go here at St James's Park. We're going to hear from Keith Gillespie and Alan Shearer very shortly, but before then, make sure you join Anna Foster at 10 o'clock tomorrow for the usual fun and games of Character Cluedo, Tune Twister and the Rewind. Plus, they'll be having a chat about giving up the tabs or vapes. How easy is it? What are the tips and tricks? Also going to be chatting to former Traitors contestant Alexander as well. Right, the time is 7:34. It's time for your sporting headlines.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And Eddie Howe says he's challenged his Newcastle United players to seize the moment and follow in the footsteps of the side who defeated Barcelona in 1997. The Magpies are taking on the European giants very, very shortly in the Champions League last 16. First leg at St James's Park. Meanwhile, Sunderland's Luke O'Nien says their FA Cup tie at Port Vale at the weekend wasn't to be. The Black Cats missed out on the opportunity to reach the quarter-finals after they were beaten 1-0 by the League One side. Now, the former England footballer and pundit Eni Aluko has been awarded more than £300,000 in damages and legal costs after suing Joey Barton for libel over social media posts. Pundit Aluko brought legal action against the former Newcastle midfielder over two posts he made in 2024 on the social media site X. Elsewhere, the England defender Kyle Walker has retired from international football with immediate effect. The 35-year-old Burnley fullback decided to call time on his career after winning 96 caps for the Three Lions and featuring at 5 major tournaments. England have made a single change to their lineup to face France in the final round of the Six Nations on Saturday. Ollie Chesham is coming into that back row. Tennis, Britain's Sonny Cartel battled back to stun the former Australian Open champion Madison Keys in the third round at Indian Wells. Now, Keys dominated the first set, but Cartel rallied to complete a 2-6, 6-2, 6-3 turnaround in just under 2 hours. And Neil Simpson and his guide Rob Pothard won Great Britain's first medal of the Milan Cortina Winter Paralympics with silver in the Alpine combined. It's a third Paralympic medal overall for the visually impaired skier who had recorded 2 fourth-place finishes earlier on in these games. Just under 25 minutes to go until kick-off here at St James's Park, and it's time to hear from a legend, perhaps the biggest Newcastle United legend of them all. Yes, the one and only Alan Shearer spoke live on The Breakfast Show this morning with Simon Pride. The Magpies' all-time record scorer is here tonight working for TV and says a big performance is needed tonight by Newcastle.
I'm like everyone else. I'm really, really excited. I do believe that if we're going to get through this tie, we'll probably have to take a lead over to Barcelona next week, and I think with the players we have, we'll, without doubt, I think because of the way they play defensively and that high line, we'll be able to cause some problems and maybe get a goal or two. The big question is whether we've got enough to stop them in forward positions as well, because they've got some exceptional talent up front.
What would be a good result tonight then? Just any kind of win, would you say, Alan, even if it's a narrow victory?
Yeah, I think so. I think, that might not be enough. We've seen Barcelona being beaten 4-0, I think, in the cup competition maybe a couple of weeks ago, and in the second leg winning 3-0. So I do think we'll need to take some sort of lead over to Barcelona to have a realistic chance of winning.
Now, they're out of the FA Cup, of course, after the weekend. After each defeat, and I talk about it normally on the show, I'm usually on Total Sport in the evening, a lot. It feels like there's more and more criticism of Eddie Howe and some of his players. I mean, bearing in mind where they are in terms of the Champions League, how far they made it in the League Cup again this season to the semi-final stage, and still in with a chance of getting into the European places in the Premier League as well. Is that criticism over the top, do you think, Alan?
I think a lot of that criticism you're talking about is probably on social media, which is never a fair place to judge anything. But I understand that because of the position that they're in. I mean, it's with the money that was spent in the summer and where Newcastle have finished over the past few seasons, then where they're sat at this moment in time isn't good enough. And their performances, without doubt, haven't been anywhere near as good as the manager or the fans or even the players would want. So when you don't win football matches, you're going to get criticised. And that's what happens in football. And if you don't like that, then it's tough, really, because that's the reality of football. And Eddie will know that. But we've got some huge games coming up, no bigger than tonight. Then, of course, Chelsea, then Barcelona again, then Sunderland. I don't think mid-season is a place to judge. I think when you gather all your thoughts at the end of the season, what went right, what went wrong, what we could have done better, and then you assess how we've done when there's 8 games left, hopefully more in the cup competitions or in the Champions League, I should say. Then you can judge rather than in mid-March.
And obviously people talk about 97 when they're looking ahead to the game, as we did when the teams met earlier this season. I guess you probably got mixed memories of that because it was quite a game, but you were injured at the time, so you must have been gutted to miss it.
Yeah, I'd broken my ankle and ruptured my ligaments and chipped a bone, and I was out for 7 or 8 months. So I actually did the TV that night, and so I had a great view of Tino's goals and Tino's hat-trick, and he will tell you that is one of the greatest nights in Newcastle's history. So, and I can't argue with that, and the more we get of that, the better, and hopefully tonight's exactly the same.
What an honour to have Alan Shearer on The Breakfast Show here on BBC Radio Newcastle this morning, talking ahead of an enormous game at St James's Park. It doesn't need much build-up, this one, really, does it? Newcastle United versus Barcelona in the last 16 of the Champions League. Razor will be taking you up to kick off very shortly, but first, here is Keith Gillespie, who, of course, played an integral part in that famous win nearly 30 years ago.
Keith Gillespie, thank you for speaking to us. Obviously, Newcastle United and Barcelona have this history and this association dating back to that match that you played in 1997 and were instrumental in the victory, although it was a great team effort. But I imagine it's the game that people want to talk to you about more than any other, given what happened on that special night.
Yeah, I guess it's a game I'll never get tired talking about. It was just one of those special nights where, I mean, to win the game was brilliant. On a personal note, the best game that I played. So, it's great for me. Now when people sort of ask you what was the best game you played, and I'm able to go, oh, funny enough, it was Barcelona in the Champions League. So, no, it was an incredible night. First game in the Champions League, and you're playing the mighty Barcelona and you beat them.
Yeah. How often do you watch it back, or are you sent clips and videos of your play on the wing for goals 2 and 3 for Tino Asprilla?
Yeah, do you know, with social media and that, every time there's an anniversary of the game, you see it, and then all of a sudden people send it to you, and I will always watch it. I must admit, I do always watch it. So, it's funny. I mean, it's maybe like the clip that I'm send's maybe about 9 minutes long, but the rest of the game I can't really remember now. It'd be nice to actually see the full 90 minutes to sort of remember even more, because we are talking close to 30 years ago, and with playing them again, getting them in the draw, it'd be great if we can actually just get a result tonight, make sure we take it back to the second leg and see where we go from there.
And you'd love the current team to emulate what you did, wouldn't you, by winning tonight? I mean, that would be the ideal thing. Positive result is good for the second leg, but they'd be heroes, and the manager said it yesterday. He wants his team to be remembered like you are for that game, and Tino Asprilla as well, all these years on.
Yeah, I've seen Eddie Howe's press conference, and people are still talking about the game when we won nearly 30 years ago. So yeah, he sort of is drumming into them. They could be talked about in the same light 30 years from now should we get a result. So fingers crossed that we can play well, and let's hope it's as entertaining as it was back in '97.
Keith Gillespie there, a legend on that night in '97. 2 pinpoint crosses for Tino Asprilla to head in. Asprilla got a hat-trick that night. He's here this evening as well at St James's Park as we edge closer and closer to kick-off. Newcastle United versus Barcelona in the last 16 first leg. Kick-off at 8 o'clock in the company of Reyes Ronaldo. We'll get to them in just a second, but there has been an early kick-off in one of the other last 16 ties, and Galatasaray have beaten Liverpool. The Turkish side will take a 1-0 advantage to Anfield next week, thanks to a goal from a former Southampton player as well in Mario Lemina. The other game tonight in the Champions League, Atalanta versus Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid against Tottenham. Both of those matches kicking off at 8 o'clock, just like this match here at St James's Park. It's now time to cross over and get ready for the proper build-up and full match commentary ahead of Newcastle United and Barcelona in the company of Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson. The time is 7:43.
What will your summer sound like?
You hear this, man? This is going to blow your head off.
Just listen to their fans sing.
Glorious, the sound of that ace as it came off the racket.
With the BBC Sounds app, you can take all of this with you wherever you go. Pause and rewind live radio and listen to your favourite music mixes and podcasts all in one place.
It's an extraordinary thing.
Don't miss a thing this summer. Download the BBC Sounds app.
Total Sport Northeast.
Newcastle United back in the Champions League. BBC Radio Newcastle.
De Jong rolls it up the line for Koundé. Left-footed cross, Rashford! Well, that's the opener from Barcelona, the header from Marcus Rashford. Back to Rashford, just outside the box. He wants to take the shot on, and he does, Rashford! Oh dear. Well, that is an incredible finish, Marcus Rashford. On to Bruno, first time to Tonali, then Voltemada. Now they've got runners. Jacob Murphy, Gordon far post, Murphy's cross, Gordon scores! They have got one back, and this is not over. Anthony Gordon, who started at centre forward, has delivered a goal, having moved out wide left in his preferred position. Murphy, like on Saturday, the provider with a cross. Gordon left-footed, close range, bottom corner, 90th minute, definitely onside, well-timed run and finish. Newcastle United 1, Barcelona 2. But Anthony Gordon tonight is only a substitute. Undoubtedly a blow for Newcastle United, their top scorer and one of the Champions League top scorers, unable to start the match. It may well be that he is the player that Eddie Howe hinted at, having had some illness. It was an unnamed player at yesterday's pre-match press conference. It could well be Gordon, but whatever it is, he did have a knock at the weekend as well. He is on the bench, and there are 3 changes tonight and a team of Ramsdale in goal. Big evening for him, continuing to play ahead of Nick Pope. Trippier, Chow, Byrne, Hall at the back. Ramsey returning from suspension. Tonali and Joelinton in the 3-man midfield. Elanga, Barnes and Osula are the front 3. Substitutes: Pope, Ruddy and Harris, the goalkeepers. Botman, Wissa, Gordon. Livramento, Jacob Murphy, Voltemada, Willock, Alex Murphy and Neve. John Anderson, Byrne, Ramsey, Joelinton, the 3 who come in for Botman, Willock and Voltemada. Some big calls there by Eddie Howe, keeping with Ramsdale now, who we don't know for how long, but at the minute he's first choice, and also the situation with Gordon, who I'm sure if he was 100%, whatever it is, would be starting, but the fact that it's Osula when you've got Voltemada and Wissa, and that is, what's that, £125 million worth of summer signings on the bench. Osula plays and starts again against Barcelona.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I think Dan Bone was always going to come back in. Joe Linton was always going to come back in. I think Ramsey was certainly to come back. It's a blow not having Gordon, there's no doubt about that. He's been flying in the Champions League. He scored goals in the Champions League. He will be a miss, there's no doubt about it. The fact that Osula gets the nod over Voltamada and Wissa, 2 big money signings in the summer. What does that say? He scored that wonder goal against Manchester United, didn't he? Hopefully, bit of luck, he might be able to replicate that again tonight.
Well, he's a hero for the Man United goal. If he was to do it against Barcelona, dear me. And that goes for any of them. I wonder whether they could emulate the team of 1997. There will be another match against Barca next Wednesday in Camp Nou. Whatever happens tonight, it's 2-legged tie. The Opta supercomputer that I know you're so fond of, Ando, that runs simulations and tries to calculate the probabilities of outcomes of matches. They have, or the computer has given Newcastle a 44.7% chance of getting through to the quarterfinals. So, I mean, that's quite tight. It's not quite 50-50, but not far off. Barcelona are favourites, though, understandably. So Newcastle are odds against, and that's probably why a big result tonight, being in the tie, however that is, whether it's a draw, a win, hopefully, or even a defeat by a single goal, is so important so that it's alive next week.
The one thing you want going over there next week, as you rightly say, is still be in the tie. You don't want it to be dead and buried. You want to be in there fighting. We know the quality that Barcelona have got. We've seen it first class, haven't we? We've seen it in the opening night of the Champions League. They've got so much quality in those forward areas, but a little bit like Manchester City, they will give you opportunities. And as I keep reiterating, when you play against these top sides, Razor, when you get those opportunities, you've got to take them. You've got to be clinical. You've got to put the ball in the back of the net, because if they get chances at the other end, they will punish you.
They met in September here, as we heard a few moments ago, the goals from that night. It's tonight the 6th competitive meeting between Newcastle United and Barcelona, all in the Champions League, home and away in 97-98, then again in 2002-2003 in the second group stage, as was the format then, and then earlier this season. So their meetings with Barcelona have been in the Champions League, and after winning the first one so famously, it's 4 defeats in a row in this fixture for Newcastle United. But the fact it's Barcelona, the money that they've made from the Champions League, which is estimated to be more than £50 million already, 50 already, with more to come tonight just through still being in the competition, and a lot more if they were to get through. And also they're playing knockout Champions League football in the competition proper for the first time. They could reach a quarter-final in the Champions League for the first time. Well, maybe that's all part of why, as we're about to hear, Eddie Howe feels that his comments at the weekend, and again yesterday repeated, about this being the biggest match in the modern history of Newcastle United are correct.
There's only 16 teams left, and we're one of them, so I think it's very much an opportunity to grab a moment that we may never get again. You don't know what life brings tomorrow, yet alone future seasons. We don't want to waste that opportunity. Don't want to kick ourselves and think what ifs. So I think this is a moment for us to try and grab. Since my time here, just over 4 years, we've worked to get to this point. So as long as we perform to our maximum, we'll have to accept the result. But we want to try and get as close as we can to our very best.
Don't waste the opportunity that may not come your way again, is Eddie Howe's message to his players. And they are back in the changing room with just under 10 minutes to go until kick-off on Champions League night at St James's Park, live on BBC Radio Newcastle and on the BBC Sounds app. And if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle, and you can listen to us that way. War flags are getting their pre-match display ready as the two teams are being announced over the public address system. Let's hear from the visiting manager, the German Hansi Flick. Barcelona's boss is expecting this from Newcastle United.
Here in the stadium are, I think, a fantastic atmosphere. They will support their team. Newcastle play a very intense game, so they will press us man to man. They when they get the ball, they transition, or they do very fast, very quick, because they have fast players also in the offense. So we have to defend very well, very good, and proud and brave for. In this game, this is so important because we have 2 games, and of course at the end every game counts.
Hansi Flick of Barcelona. We've got a fireworks display over the top of the East Stand, which just adds to the pre-match colour and flavour at St James's Park. We've not seen that before. So something a bit different for a big night. Newcastle will have learnt a lot, Ando, from playing Barcelona in September. Barcelona will have learnt a lot from that first 45 minutes when Newcastle were physically stronger.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I think when they first came here in September, they didn't really know what to expect. They weren't sure what to expect. They found out in that opening 45 minutes. They will have watched plenty of Newcastle since then. They will know the way that we play. They will have all the dossiers on us, and it's about taking the sting out of us. That's what they'll try to do. We've seen them do that in the second half of that first game, where they just kept the ball and moved us all over the pitch. Look, it's been a tough season for us, there's no doubt about it, the amount of games that we've had to play. I think that was shown on Saturday night against Manchester City, when we started very, very well, but we quickly ran out of legs. But they're going to hope that that's not going to be the case again tonight.
They're going to need a full tank tonight, aren't they, against Barcelona? They are the favourites, the Spanish Giants, 5-time winners of the Champions League or the European Cup. But Newcastle being odds against, well, maybe that will suit them.
I think the underdog role, to a degree, in my time here, has helped us at times when we've been in that position where we feel sort of the odds are stacked against us, and we're going to need to use every psychological tool that we can to help us in this game, because it's undeniable we're playing a very, very good team, an outstandingly well coached team, I have to say as well, from having watched them thoroughly in both games, preparing for them as we have done. They're a top team.
At the Gallagher end of St James's Park to our right hand side, there is the message on a black and white banner: Geordie boys are taking over, Budapest awaits for me. They've adapted the final line of that chant that they sing is this the way to Amarillo? Budapest being the final, and all around St James's Park now there's some fresh Champions League branding, and it's all about the road to Budapest and the final. And Newcastle are one of 16 clubs that are vying for a place there. They know the rewards are huge if they can, let's be honest, pull off a shock but deliver something truly special once again.
Let's be perfectly honest, you can't win it tonight.
No,
but you most definitely could lose it.
The players who have achieved so much in Europe already make their way across the line. Newcastle United's Champions League story has had Barcelona in it from the very beginning, back in 1997, and that famous night and the Tino Asprilla hat-trick. But this evening, in the round of 16 for the first time, it's time to write a new chapter. He's belted out with as much force and gusto as I can remember this season. This is where it gets serious and it gets more difficult. Karabakh was one thing, and they had fun in Azerbaijan, and they had an interesting night here when the tie was already over. But playing Barcelona, it was Barcelona or Chelsea. Maybe Chelsea would have been preferable because you'd have given them a greater chance. But if you're going to do it and go further, whatever the end point of your journey in the Champions League is, John Anderson, you are going to have to beat some of the elite sides. And okay, League Cup, Carabao Cup last season is different to the Champions League, but on their way to winning at Wembley and in the final they beat the big boys of English football, didn't they? So you have to beat top sides if you are going to have success.
Yeah, look, when it gets serious when it gets to the knockout stages of this competition. You know, look, a lot of the sides, a few of the sides that we played in the league stages, should they really have been in the Champions League? You know, I suppose you could be. It's one way of looking at it, but now it's down to the serious end of it, down to the knockout stages, and there's some serious sides in there.
Kieran Trippier is Newcastle's captain tonight. Ronald Araujo, the Uruguayan defender for Barcelona, on halfway as well, with the referee, who is Marco Guida, who is from Italy, and it's his first match involving Newcastle. All the officials are Italian, including Daniele Schiffi, who is the VAR tonight. Two huddles, black and white stripes, black shorts in Newcastle United to our right hand side, Barcelona in luminous orange to the left, goalkeeper Joan Garcia in green, reportedly a Newcastle target before he moved to Barcelona last summer. João Cancelo at right back, Ronald Araujo, Pau Cubarsí, Gerard Martin in defence, Pedri and Marc Bernal in midfield, Lamine Yamal, Fermin Lopez, Rafinha and Robert Lewandowski for Barcelona. Marcus Rashford is among their substitutes. Newcastle United, Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Burn, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes and Osula. And we're away and off. Champions League at St James's Park, live on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds and the Newcastle United website and app. Could it be another unforgettable occasion in Europe on Tyneside? Barcelona have the ball on the right. Dan Burn takes a touch, rolls it back to Aaron Ramsdale wearing light blue. He pings it first time. Elanga sent tumbling by a challenge. Osula gets up. Joelinton putting pressure on. Joelinton committing an early foul. And inside 40 seconds, which even for him is
it's quick,
some going. It's in the middle of Barcelona's half, and they roll the ball just to the left.
Yeah, he only had one arm wrapped around it.
And they now hammer it against the back of Osula, who chases. It was Cubarsí. He gets there in the corner. Back to Joan Garcia and Osula. High press. And his electric pace. And Chow wins it back, and Joelinton with his power on the right-hand side keeps Newcastle on the attack. It's cleared as far as Trippier. And here's Elanga with a trick. And Elanga with a cross. And put behind by Barcelona. Newcastle with a corner after 90 seconds.
Yeah, good ball played in, wasn't it? Goalkeeper came flying out. Defender was taking no chances. He stuck it behind for a first corner kick of the night. Could get plenty of joy from these, you know.
It's a big atmosphere, and it's carried through into these early minutes of the match. Crowd leaning against the railings at the Leazes end as Trippier floats the corner in, and Joan Garcia gets his hand to the ball. It comes out to the near touchline, and a drop of the shoulder from Yamal, and then stopped by Joelinton, told to get up by the referee. Tonali looked for Osula, it's cleared, and Chow into midfield. Barcelona win it back, And then Harvey Barnes with a fair challenge. Newcastle showing more desire early on. Barcelona, including manager as well as players, appealing for free kick. Ramsey up the right, Ramsey into the area, Ramsey on the outside, blocked. Another corner.
Yeah, Barcelona looking for soft free kicks that they're not getting. Nice to see from the referee. Usually see these European referees blown up for little coming togethers.
Guida let that go, the referee, and it was to Newcastle's advantage. And Lewis Hall now with their second corner on 3 minutes. Clipped in, keeper comes, it's out to Tonali, headed towards goal, spilled, and then cleared off the line. Dan Burn in the middle puts his hands on his head. Joan Garcia a couple of times hasn't shown the greatest handling, and when Tonali nodded it back towards goal, it dropped close to Burn, but he couldn't get anything on it, and it's put out on the near side, and Newcastle have a throw.
Good start, right start.
You want them to capitalise on it. Make it count. Referee tells Lewis Hall he can take the throw. Lamine Yamal is too close to Hall. He's only a couple of yards away. Referee's had a word. Hall, long throw, near post, headed up, and then Tonali back in, flicked on, and Burn went to chase, but Joan Garcia gets there, kicks.
It's an awful kick.
The outside of his right boot from his hands, on by Lewandowski. Jacob Ramsey's got it, onto Elanga. He comes back, keeps possession, passes it to Trippier, back up the line to Elanga, inside to Ramsey, good link up, back heel towards Elanga, and then Osula making a challenge. Barcelona clear, Dan Burn backpedaling, rolls it to Aaron Ramsdale. Huge night for him. It's his third Champions League game for Newcastle, more than he played in when he was at Arsenal, and floats a pass out to Lewis Hall near side, and Hall unable to keep it in. Barcelona throw next to the Newcastle bench on this near side of the field. Barcelona shooting downhill to the Gallagher end first half. It's the captain, Araujo, sent off at Chelsea in this competition in November in a 3-0 defeat. To the goalkeeper, probably a surprise result. Chelsea beating Barcelona 3-0 in the league phase. Joelinton regains possession for Newcastle in midfield with a header. Tonali out wide to Trippier, and Newcastle with a high tempo in the opening 6 minutes, but it's only been 6 minutes. Here's Hall bringing the ball down on his chest away from two players. Great run by Hall. Osula in behind. Flag stays down. William Osula, left side of the penalty area. Still Osula wins a corner. Brilliant running from Osula, and of course he has the pace to take him away from defenders, but it's that final action that just wasn't quite there. He was well wide of goal. He has kept Newcastle on the attack with a corner, Rando.
Yeah, good ball in behind. Hall's done great. Osula uses that pace that we know he's got. But yet again, he doesn't get the ball out of his feet, does he?
Got in a bit of a tangle. Now Tonali with the corner in the 7th minute, 0-0. Towards the back post, there's nobody there apart from Joan Garcia, who claims, and Elanga, look at that, Elanga sticking with Lamine Yamal on the far side. With all the pace that he has, Elanga, that will be important when Newcastle have to get back. The long ball up the pitch, straight to Ramsdale. Ramsey in midfield slips, gets back up, gets tackled, wins it back, plays it to Chow. Crowd appreciating what the players have given and what they've done so far. And down Burn on the edge of Newcastle's box. Up to Lewis Hall, who did so well to set Osula away, and now he plays Barnes in behind. Barcelona wide open at the back. Barnes into the area, gets the angle, deflected. Tonali following up, and it goes wide. But there's an offside flag up anyway, presumably against Barnes from the initial run.
So open defensively, such a high line Barcelona play. I mean, it's just a straight ball. Oh, he was offside. It was Barnes that was offside.
Yeah. So it's
but even so, the ball in behind wasn't tracked at all.
Something to keep an eye on. Barcelona coaching staff in the ear of the fourth official. Now Eddie Howe has gone to speak to Matteo Marcinaro, who is having to keep order in between the two benches. Barcelona offside against centre forward Robert Lewandowski. Dan Burn was with him, keeping pace with him. Lewandowski, though, not about speed of thought maybe. 37 years of age, legendary striker. Aaron Ramsdale, middle of Newcastle's half, free kick to take. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It's been good so far, but they had a good first half in September and they ended up losing. Ramsdale, plenty of height, and it's now dropping edge of the area. Joelinton wins a second ball for Newcastle. Barnes is offside, so doesn't go for it, and then it's headed out by Joelinton.
Letting a lot go, this referee, isn't he?
Supporters appealing for a free kick, possible push in the back, nothing given. And Araujo, like Joelinton's got that bleached blonde short hairstyle, takes the throw. Burn wins it back from Lewandowski, who trips Barnes. Lewandowski wearing a protective mask across his eyes and nose. Was late to clear free kick, clear foul. Newcastle free kick, left side, Barcelona half, probably 35 yards out, keeping the pressure on. Tonali rolls it inside to Trippier, and they look to drop it in behind the defender for Elanga, and they have. What a ball! And the goalkeeper spills it. Elanga on the volley. That was right into a dangerous area. It's great technique and execution from Newcastle. Joan Garcia's got it. Elanga there volleyed it in towards the middle, but just too close to the goalkeeper.
Too close to the keeper, wasn't it? Well executed free kick, little ball up over the top.
The winners of this tie will play either Atletico Madrid or Tottenham Hotspur, and Atletico Madrid have the lead against Spurs 1-0 early on in that match. Barnes, no offside.
Offside.
No, there is an offside now. Now, that time, the whistle went before the flag went up, but both came early, and he was onside, so it's the wrong decision. Whereas when he was offside, they waited. Ramsey with a challenge on the far touchline, and Barcelona have got a free kick, middle third of the pitch. We move now on to 11 minutes in the Champions League round of 16, first leg. Still goalless, but lively from Newcastle, with Osula up top tonight, Gordon on the bench. Burn, Ramsey, Joelinton into the team in 3 changes. Botman, Voltemada and Willock left out. Lamine Yamal bringing it down. Lewis Hall getting the other side, then coming away with it and being dragged to the floor. And the referee, who is letting a lot go, has decided not to book Fermin Lopez there, who is one of the players that, if he gets another yellow card, will miss the next game. And he's lucky, because many officials would have produced a card there.
Yeah, he's letting a lot go, this referee.
Ramsdale pings it into the Barcelona half. Pau Cubarsí heads forwards. Tonali and Ramsey have it, and they use it well. Back to Chow. Up to Ramsey in between the lines. And then back to Tonali, and Elanga's going to chase. Goalkeeper comes, and the ball too strong into the penalty box.
Well played again, though, wasn't it? Tonali and Ramsey in that midfield.
It's been some nice stuff so far. Barcelona across their penalty area. Osula getting close. Now a ball inside there by Yamal. And Fermin Lopez playing it to Rafinha. Block shot. Trippier. Far corner of the penalty area. It's kept in on the touchline. Barcelona's first proper attack, really, in the 13th
how quick
minute.
did they move that?
One pass opened up Newcastle, but there was enough black and white back to defend. Goalless still. There's Pedri. They are without quite a few tonight. Frankie de Jong, Andreas Christensen, Jules Koundé, Alejandro Balde, but so many great players still out there for Barcelona. And here's Yamal to Lewandowski. Now Rafinha chipping it to the back post towards Yamal. It's away from him. He's kept it alive, trying to go between Hall and other Newcastle defenders. It's sent tumbling. They had to use everything they had there, manpower, strength, size, to stop his run. Joelinton's clearance has found Barnes, back to Hall, and it's away. And it's one for Osula to run after, and Osula gets there before the defender. Not a bad first touch. And now Barnes takes it on. Elanga wants it. Barnes plays in Elanga. Nah, defender was favourite. And it's a corner. But Newcastle, as Barcelona might go quickly with clever passes, they're going quickly with balls fired up the pitch, and Osula's pace frightened the life out of Pau Kubasi. And he had a good touch, a ball inside. Barnes kept the attack going, just overhit the pass a bit to Elanga. But they've got a corner.
Got a bit of the ball. Referee played, not sure whether he played advantage or whether he was going to blow up, but he's let a lot go, this referee, in this early stages.
You quite like that, don't you?
Yeah, it's letting the game flow.
15 minutes played. That's the voice of John Anderson, the former Newcastle defender, on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Corner kick. I think it's their fourth so far. They have started well. Tonali delivers. It's a Barcelona header, and then a clearance from Rafinha. Trippier heads it back in the direction of the goal. Then Lewandowski on, and they've got two here, and Newcastle have got to get bodies back. They're exposed. It's Rafinha on his left in the penalty area. Brilliant and vital block by Lewis Hall. And now Ramsey to Elanga, and back again. Joelinton left side, middle of Newcastle's half for Ramsey. Trippier's free. They played it nicely. Osula up the line, trying to run onto the ball from Trippier. It's just right on the touchline. Osula, good trick, comes back, keeps possession. Ramsey in behind. Elanga gets away. Anthony Elanga! Great save low down.
Offside.
But the flag goes up. Whoa. They keep getting in behind, but they keep being denied and thwarted by an offside flag. So the save from Joan Garcia there didn't matter, but he's onside. That's two that the assistant, Giuseppe Perotti, far side of the pitch, has got wrong. Elanga was onside. If that had gone in, and it's not a bad effort, it's a good save low down, that would have counted after VAR.
Yeah. Linesman's put his flag up, but he wasn't in an offside position. That goal would, as you say, if it had gone in, most definitely would have counted.
Barcelona, middle of midfield, 17 on the clock. Lamine Yamal inside to Pedri, long sleeves and gloves for Pedri. There's a few Barcelona players in gloves. None of Newcastle's are, apart from Ramsdale, goalkeeper, obviously. Apparently the weather in Barcelona this week is colder than it is here, but for next week, for the arrival of thousands of Geordies, it's supposed to be warmer and improving. Barcelona, possession across halfway. Pau Kubasi now to João Cancelo. they've got Araujo at full-back and João Cancelo at centre-half, haven't they? So maybe not quite what you'd expect. Positionally, Trippier with a clearance from a cross-field diagonal ball. Still 0-0. Newcastle enjoying the opening period, but Barcelona have had a couple of breaks and we've had glimpses of what they can offer, and it's a spell of possession for the Spaniards. Spanish champions last season for the 28th time and top of La Liga currently, 4 points clear of Real Madrid. Atletico Madrid third, whopping 13 points behind. Still possession for Barca behind the centre circle. Newcastle can push up the pitch, which they do. Chipped forwards, there's a slip in midfield there, and United have it with Hall. Oh, he's lost it. There was 2 on him, and then Hall's committed a foul. Now, if the referee's consistent, there'll be no yellow card, because there wasn't one for Fermin Lopez for something earlier similar, and there is no yellow card, it seems, for Lewis Hall. Referee Guida is just putting down the vanishing spray, and setting up
play
the free
to the referee's been consistent.
Let me tell you about another goal in the Champions League. Atletico Madrid 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Marcus Llorente got the first, Antoine Griezmann with the second. Barcelona's first attacking set piece. Rafinha with his left, or Lopez with his right, and it was Lopez, and it's volleyed over by the captain Araujo. 3-0 to Atletico Madrid. If Newcastle are to win, or whether it's Barcelona, I suspect it will be Atleti in the next round rather than Tottenham Hotspur, whose season just keeps getting worse. Ramsdale, long ball, and that's a header there from defender Gerard Martin. Brilliant turn from Pedri, close to his own penalty area, and Barcelona push it across to the far side. And they have it now in Newcastle territory, up the line. João Cancelo, he's actually at left back, Gerard Martin is the centre back, and he links up, and there's a cross played into the 6-yard box, and it's taken a touch off Dan Burn and rolled inches wide of Ramsdale's left hand post for a corner. Flashbacks there to Man City's first goal the other night. So close to an awful own goal.
Not too sure Ramsdale's getting there either, you know.
When the ball was flashed across, I was thinking Doku for Savinho, but there it took the touch off a defender and trickled past the post. Still 0-0. Referee is separating players in the middle. He's very much in charge of the match. Rafinha's corner. It's deep, it's too deep. Goal kick.
He just got far too much on it, didn't he? Delivery far too deep, too much height on it.
Ramsdale with Burn and Chow next to him in the penalty area. Massive gap in the middle of the pitch. They go long towards Joelinton. Araujo comes from behind him to win the header. Tonali gets up to head on. There's Pedri. And now Joelinton. Good covering, trying to tidy up in midfield. It's come back to Burn, up to Barnes, couldn't take it, miscontrolled, and Newcastle lose possession on the left in their half. Araujo rolling the ball inside. White and navy, starry design of the Champions League match ball. Over to the far left touchline, back to halfway. Barcelona whip it across to the right, then up to the final third, and they've got Rafinha in the box on the outside. João Cancelo, the cut back is blocked. Newcastle giving it straight back to Rafinha. Deep cross. Dan Burn gets his head to the ball, but it's Lamine Yamal twisting and turning. Lamine Yamal for the goal line, and now into the side netting. Gets a corner, to the annoyance of the Newcastle fans close by. Not sure how the referee could see that, but the assistant must have given it.
No complaints from players. Must have taken a nick.
The Gallagher end goal.
Oh, it did.
Under a bit of pressure.
Got a hand to it.
Just past the midway point in the first half. Barcelona with a corner rolled short. Back to Fermin Lopez, then given away. They've lost it. Jacob Ramsey, great skill. Elanga with him in this attack. Ramsey, it's brilliant. And the through ball, it's just cut out. But Osula's got there. And Barcelona make a challenge. Last ditch defending, really. Jacob Ramsey, terrific work to get Newcastle up the pitch, but he couldn't find Elanga. And Osula couldn't then capitalise on the second ball. Great break though, exciting break.
Yeah, it was good break, good pace. Just that final ball again, wasn't it?
Elsewhere, the other 8 o'clock kickoff in the round of 16. Atalanta 0, Bayern Munich 2, latest score. And Atletico Madrid still 3-0 up against Spurs. Tonali whipped him behind. It was the sort of ball, Tonali there, that he played for the Osula chance when he got away against Man City. Just from deep, bit of bend on it. No runner that time. Barcelona with it through the goalkeeper. And Joan Garcia looks long. Lewandowski, might have been a push in the back from Dan Burn. Free kick's being given next to the centre circle. Right, another score to give you in the National League. Gateshead, who are on a great run. I think it's 4 wins out of 6, but they're still in the relegation zone, losing 1-0 at Southend. Here, Newcastle United 0, FC Barcelona 0. They started very well, John Anderson. It settled down a bit, but a very positive opening period from them.
Yeah, we've seen it in the Manchester City game where they started really well. Now Barcelona just trying to take the sting out of it, aren't they? They're just slowing it down. It's not what we want. We want the game to be helter-skelter. We want it to be quick.
They are open at the back, aren't they? They have a high defensive line often. And Newcastle, all right, the one time they got in and the flag didn't go up, Osula couldn't make anything happen. But they have been able to get away. The flag's gone up a couple of times wrongly. But that's probably their best option. Here's Fermin Lopez. They're defending at the moment. Rafinha looking for Lewandowski, held well by Burn, and Hall, edge of the area, comes away. Lewis Hall on one of those runs. Barnes trying to get in behind. Hall just couldn't find him. Araujo flung himself at the ball.
Great defending, wasn't it? Great block. Hall's done great.
A throw for United. Hall to Joelinton. Switches play. Trippier brings it down. Bayern Munich now 3-0 up against Atalanta. 4-0 to Atletico Madrid. Here it's Barnes, who has 5 Champions League goals for Newcastle, and 13 in all competitions. Trailing Gordon in both tallies. Back to Burn. They've switched it and done well to Trippier. Ramsey in the middle, takes it down. Great ball into the box to find him. Out to Elanga. Elanga tries to deliver across. Osula! Header onto the roof of the net. It's a chance. And they worked it again really well. The ball to find Ramsey was fantastic. He took a touch but didn't fancy going for goal himself after an unchecked run into the middle. Elanga picked out Osula. And it's close.
Yeah, he got up well, didn't he? He climbed well. Just couldn't grow that extra couple of inches. Just couldn't guide it. Header on target. Rests on the top of the net.
Barcelona long ball, meat and drink for Dan Burn, and a nice cushioned header to Kieran Trippier. on the angle towards the left. Araujo is there. Barnes on his shoulder. Araujo takes the touch, plays it off Barnes and out. Newcastle can stay high up and stop Barca from maybe getting away. Keep them penned in. That'll surely be the objective here. The fourth goal was from Robin Lenormand for Atletico Madrid against Spurs. It's like Newcastle and Qarabag, isn't it? With the commanding lead and just goal after goal. The throw from Araujo out off Rafinha to the delight of St James's Park. Newcastle ball, middle of the Barca half. 28 minutes on the clock. Back to Dan Burn, just behind halfway. Over to Malik Chow, right of the centre circle. They're just dropping back a little bit. Barcelona line in the middle of their half. Newcastle up the right for the pace of Elanga, put out by Gerard Martí. Langa's had his moments. Ramsey from midfield certainly has as well. Good to have him available. Back from suspension. They missed him the other night. Obviously the suspension was only a domestic one, but straight back into the team. Newcastle to Ramsdale. That's an interesting ball, but it's just too strong for Barnes. Diagonal pass from deep. Barcelona throw it right full-back position. Team tonight: Ramsdale, Trippier, Chow, Burn, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes and Osula up top. Gordon among the substitutes. Livramento there as well. 3 changes from Saturday. Araujo wanting an option, plays it back, and ball played around Ramsey, back to Araujo. Long pass on the diagonal. Trippier watching it, takes a bounce, and Ramsdale scoops it into his hands at the edge of the area, drops it for Dan Burn just in front of the Newcastle penalty box. It's still goalless on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. If you are on the move heading out of the northeast, switch to BBC Sounds and you can continue to get the black and white perspective there. And this is Malik Chow to Kieran Trippier. Getting closer to halfway, but they come back to Chow with the pass. Spurs have scored, and it's now Atletico Madrid 4, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Pedro Porro with it. Joelinton off the shins of Lamine Yamal. The 18-year-old scored the only goal of their win over Athletic Club on Saturday, and they flew straight here, Barcelona. They've made a weekend of it. Malik Chow, good run. Into space, up from defence, Hall. Just ahead of Barnes with the pass. Hall puts his hands across his face. Just got that slightly wrong, but good work from Chow into space.
Yeah, he just pushed into that space, didn't he? Just a bit too much on it from Lewis Hall.
Throw for Barcelona, who've been staying at Maffin Hall and enjoying it by the sounds of things on their social media pages. Here's Joelinton, strong challenge, fair challenge. No, referees let it go and then brought it back. Why would he let it go? For a few seconds as Newcastle reach the edge of the penalty area and then change his mind. The challenge on Pedri and Joelinton. If it is a foul, I haven't seen it, you have, and I suspect you think it is, then but why would he not blow immediately?
I don't know. Why do referees do anything?
He has allowed the game to flow and has been reticent to blow the whistle at times, but there he pulled it back. Barcelona free kick. Now they've gone into midfield, back to the keeper. Swinging clearance, right-footed from Joan Garcia. Chow's header is picked up there by Rafinha. Bit of juggling into midfield. Stopped by Jacob Ramsey, and then Tonali just strong Joelinton, and Barnes chipping it in behind. Osula was behind the play,
trying to force it.
They wanted him to get beyond the last defender. It's now at the feet of goalkeeper Joan Garcia, and it's still Newcastle United 0, FC Barcelona 0, but it's enjoyable, and of course always with the jeopardy at the other end. Dan Burn from a header from Hall. Tonali was covering at centre back with Burn up the pitch, and now Elanga up the pitch. Osula in the penalty area. Elanga slows it down, then has trodden on the ball but has got it back. Still attacking, right hand side. Trippier to Tonali, finds Elanga, bit of space here, edge of the area. Elanga low shot, saved low down middle of the goal, off his left. Elanga
good hit.
Quite likes to cut in. He's had a couple of efforts so far. The first one was closer, but he's had a decent night to this point. Anthony Elanga, as have Newcastle. Joan Garcia took a chance with Osula right in front of him, staring him down, whipped it out to the right. Barcelona into midfield, and there's Rafinha away from Tonali. It's a bit soft. There is a yellow card shown to Sandro Tonali, and I think referee Marco Guida is saying it's persistent fouling, pointing at various parts of the pitch.
Not sure about that.
He's had a
grapple on him.
A little tug.
He was away.
Brush.
Yeah.
With Rafinha's shirt. I mean, he is a trickster. We saw it when he was in the Premier League. He was fantastic for Leeds and has been at Barcelona ever since. He's 29 now, Rafinha, though. Ball at the edge of the area. Burn has to slide in, divert it to Chow. Did so just in the nick of time. Joelinton, good midfield play to Barnes. Skips inside, finds Joelinton. Back to Hall. They could have gone in behind quickly for Osula, but they play it back, and now Newcastle keep possession. 34th minute. Where has the first half gone?
Yeah, it's flown over, hasn't it?
Ramsdale picks out Elanga, takes a good touch, heads it to Trippier. It's Elanga's sort of game, isn't it?
Yeah, helter-skelter, 100 mile an hour.
That's him. He's on it again. Challenge comes in. Tonali wins it back. Dan Burn's got it. Has a good look around. Just make sure. Looks not just both ways, but does a full turn. Plays it to Ramsdale. Chow out to Trippier. And Elanga holding it up, trying to lay it off. It's gone to a Barcelona orange shirt though, and here's Lamine Yamal turning. Joelinton in his way. And Yamal to Araujo. And Gerard Martin. Foot on the ball on halfway. Now Kubasi. 19 years of age, already got 10 caps for Spain, described by his manager as incredible yesterday at the press conference. Kubasi said he's on the same level as Yamal, but he's a defender, not an attacker. Here is Lamine Yamal attacking up this near right hand side, chips it into the box, Hall on his chest to Tonali, and they've delayed the clearance. Tonali's almost won a free kick. Referee, good advantage played out to the far side, but Trippier beaten to the ball. They'd have rather had the free kick. João Cancelo into the area, big block, and then Joelinton's got it, fortunately for United. Trippier has gone down and he could be hurt, and then a shot straight at Ramsdale, which has come off the left boot of Fermin Lopez.
Trippier's done his groin
at Ramsdale, who made the save comfortably mid-height, middle of the goal. Trippier still down, might need
looks
treatment.
like he's done his groin.
Tino Livramento sent straight up the touchline to warm up, and Trippier, who was phenomenal against Manchester United, might well.
Standing foot just went, didn't it?
Need to be helped off the pitch here. We'll wait and see. It doesn't look good. Equaliser for Gateshead at Southend in the National League. Big goal for them and for Rob Elliott, the former Newcastle goalkeeper, who's in his second spell in charge. 1-1. Brad Nicholson, the defender, with Gateshead's equaliser. 0-0 here at St James's Park, but it's been engrossing, and Newcastle very much in it. They started really well. Barcelona have been Barcelona at times. They've had moments, Both teams taking the opportunity to have a drink and what gets called a tactical timeout now. Words from the coaching staff pitch side while Trippier has treatment. Livramento stretching, waiting to hear whether he is required. Trippier's back on his feet. Earlier, Liverpool beaten in Turkey 1-0 by Galatasaray. Atalanta 0, Bayern Munich 3 in one of the other 8 o'clocks, and Atletico Madrid 4, Tottenham Hotspur 1 in the other. Goalless here, John Anderson, but it's been fantastic to watch, hasn't it? And Newcastle toe-to-toe with Barcelona.
Yeah, it's been a typical chess game, hasn't it? One team trying to take the sting out of the other. We wanted helter-skelter, undisciplined, 100 mile an hour. They wanted
Barcelona sportingly give the ball back to Newcastle United. Kieran Trippier is back on. And they have Tino Livramento back, which is significant, but getting Kieran Trippier back on is very much the same. The captain tonight. Barcelona with it in midfield. They play it forwards. Dan Burn intercepts. Malik Chow, man on. 50,000 cries of man on. Up to midfield to Jacob Ramsey. Trippier in behind for Elanga. Right hand side. Level with the edge of the box. Ramsey for support. Elanga's cross. Osula at the stretch. At the back post. Just couldn't reach it.
just too much pace on it, wasn't there? He's absolutely whipped that Elanga. It's a great ball.
Oh, well, it's not quite Gaza at Euro 96, but it's similar. That stretch. Oh, Osula, who 6'3", isn't he? You needed Dan Burn. 6'7", but close. Osula's got it back here. Barcelona misplaced pass. Ramsey, it's run for him. Chips it over the penalty area. Barcelona get it through Rafinha on the 18-yard line and now try and come forwards quickly. 40th minute, 0-0. Lamine Yamal plays it straight at Lewis Hall, who goes on the outside of Yamal, who has shoulder barged him to the floor. Not a fair shoulder barge. It's blocked him off. Whistle's gone. Newcastle screaming for a yellow card to follow the free kick. The referee and his assistants are wearing yellow, luminous yellow, and his whistle is yellow. So when he's holding his whistle at a certain angle, it looks like it could be a card, but it's
a very small card.
Yeah, but you know, it just looks like it could be the corner of the card, but it's the whistle. Here's Hall, away from a couple of challenges. He's surrounded by orange shirts. He's won a throw on halfway. He'll be pleased with his first half, Lewis Hall.
Yeah, he's been excellent. First class.
It's still goalless here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. And a reminder, you can listen to us on your smart speaker if you have one. Just ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. And our Champions League commentary will be there for you. Ramsdale up to Ramsey, took a difficult ball down well, passes it back to Trippier. It's up the line for Ramsey's run, headed out there by Gerard Martin. Hansi Flick, Barcelona boss in navy with grey trainers, has spent most of the night at the edge of the technical area. Jason Tyndall out there for Newcastle, watching as it comes across to Lewis Hall, and his cushioned pass intended for Dan Burn has gone backwards and out. And it's a Barca
he hasn't had too many of them tonight, has he?
They went through directly, automatically to this round of 16, finishing 5th in the league phase, behind Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Liverpool and Spurs. Back to the goalkeeper. Not the best distribution. Newcastle, high press and foul by Jacob Ramsey. And I think
you don't need to get that tight. You don't need to get that tight.
As much as you wanted that one to play out, it was always going to be given as a free kick. had his hand was all over.
He's all over.
Pedri. Free kick is not being taken quite from the same place as the foul was committed. Half-time, Southend 1, Gateshead 1. 43rd minute here, 0-0. Last season's semi-finalist. I'm sure you remember that epic, thrilling tie against Inter Milan. 7-6 on aggregate. And then Inter got smashed by PSG in the final. But what a semi-final it was. Last season, Barcelona. Chipping it into the box, and Dan Burn gets his long leg out and diverts it behind. So, corner on the right. Newcastle come back. I assume the boos are because the free kick was taken from an incorrect place, because that's the last contentious thing. Could just be part of the plan to unsettle Barcelona, who've got about 1,500 fans here, top of level 7. Away to our left-hand side and away to our right, the corner from the left boot of Rafinha, fired in front post, Osuna away. That's where Alan Shearer always used to be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That point at the front post or just off it to clear a corner. He's here tonight. Didn't play in the 97 match, he was injured. And that's why it was Tino Asprilla and Jon Dahl Tomasson up front that night. Les Ferdinand also here. Sadly, unfortunately, had been sold at that point. Barcelona back to the goalkeeper. Now, we have a minute of first half normal time to play. A little turn in midfield there from Marc Bernal, the tall 18-year-old midfielder. In the Catalonia region, where Barcelona are. Into midfield they go, but they lose it to Ramsey and Elanga, edge of the area. Elanga going through, then going down. Barcelona win it back and chip it clear. Tonali regains possession and Joe Linton on it here to Barnes on the outside. Barnes wins a corner. Elanga goes to the referee, who tells him to wait. VAR might have a quick check. Does he have any case for a free kick, a penalty rather, foul?
You never know in Europe, do you?
I don't think it's going to be given. Daniele Schiffi, the VAR official. This big screen is saying potential penalty check, but I think the referee's happy. Yeah, corner will be taken.
That was quick, wasn't it?
A minute has been added to the first half here on BBC Radio Newcastle. On BBC Sounds, Tonali, right-footed corner, near post, headed behind. It's another corner kick. So, might be the last meaningful piece of play in the first half. What a time to take the lead this would be. What a moment to score. Tonali places the ball down. Trippier has stayed back. Barcelona have got everybody in the box defending. In it comes, back post. It's gone up off the goalkeeper. Referees spotted a foul. There was a player in front of him, and he obviously feels as though they were backing in, maybe. I don't know. Half-time whistle from Marco Guida, who actually seemed to start the game quite well. Harvey Barnes and the goalkeeper had locked arms. Referee says that was something that you couldn't do. So, free kick. But that's the end of the first half, and a first half that we have really enjoyed, and I hope you have too. 0-0 between Newcastle United and Barcelona. They started really brightly. They have played well, but it was 0-0 at half-time in September, and it's Barcelona. But John Anderson, plenty of positives and lots to admire.
Yeah, played with plenty of energy, plenty of desire.
How much you paid him, John?
It's been it's been an interesting game to watch. You know, two real contrasting styles. One likes to play at such a high tempo, the other one likes to get the ball, pass it, take the sting out of the game. It's been good. It's been enjoyable to watch. It's as I say, it's been like a real chess game. You know, we've had our moments. Haven't seen a great deal of them going forward. They've had their moments where they've kept the ball and taken the sting out of the game. But finally poised at half time, isn't it? You know, playing down the hill second half. I'm sure Eddie Howe will be absolutely delighted with the way they've gone about that first 45 minutes.
Sandro Tonali yellow carded, but he is not one of the players under threat of suspension. So, that yellow card doesn't mean he'll miss the second leg. But Joelinton and Dan Burn have to be careful to a degree, particularly Joelinton. I mean, you could apply that to both given the positions they play in, but just some housekeeping there. Second half to come on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It could still be a memorable night in St James's Park. They haven't quite been able to make any of the moments they've had count. Osula's been in a couple of times. Elanga's had possibilities around the box. Ramsey has been involved as well. But they need a goal-scoring moment and a goal-scoring action, at least one. And as Ando says, shooting downhill towards the Gallagher end in the second half. That could be their time. Newcastle United in the Champions League round of 16 for the first time, and at half-time in the first leg here at St James's. Newcastle United 0, FC Barcelona 0.
BBC Radio Newcastle at breakfast.
It's a massive Champions League night for Newcastle tonight. Could they go on and win the whole thing? We asked Alan Shearer.
Yeah, I mean, why not? What's the point of entering a competition if you don't believe you can win it? And Newcastle have to have that mentality. I listened to Eddie's press conference yesterday when he was saying it's the biggest game in the club's history. That's the way they have to feel and think. And I think with the atmosphere tonight, with everything that will go on tonight, I think it'll be a great occasion. And as I said, I think tonight we'll have to damage them tonight if we're going to get through to the next round.
Breakfast weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Matthew Raisbett, John Anderson, thank you very much for that first half commentary here of Newcastle United versus Barcelona in the last 16, first leg at St James's Park. At the interval, it is Newcastle 0, Barcelona 0. Ando's still with me for a couple of minutes before I let him go. A game that's finally poised, Ando, but I think a lot to be encouraged for Eddie Howe at the break.
Yeah, look, we've imposed ourselves on the game, there's no doubt about that. Played with a good tempo, good energy. They want to slow it down, they want to kill the pace of the game. We're trying to make it hectic and quick, get in behind, use the pace of those front players. And when they get it, they're just trying to slow the whole tempo of the game down, trying to kill it, when you're on the front foot and you're attacking with the pace that we are and the energy that we are, you want to keep it going, and they're trying to kill that. So
trying to suck the atmosphere out of the place,
they are. It's been a really interesting 45 minutes. I mean, it's been good, it's been excellent to watch. Two real contrasting styles, but it's been a good game.
Give a word to Lewis Hall, who's undoubtedly got the toughest job out of everyone tonight, marking Lamine Yamal, but has just looked so composed.
Yeah, he's never had a kick. Hall's been brilliant again. I mean, I commented he just tried to cushion one back to Dan Burns, put it out of play, and he hasn't had too many of them moments. He's been absolutely outstanding in the opening 45 minutes.
Ando, go and get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself ready for second half commentary. That will come very shortly here on BBC Radio Newcastle, as well as the BBC Sound app. Harry Roy here sitting in for Simon Pride all week on Total Sport. Now, the Newcastle United women's midfielder Jordan Nobbs has been speaking to the BBC about the rapid pace of change for the team at the club. Now, only a few years ago they were languishing in the fourth tier of English football, operating independently and without the support of the men's club. Now established in WSL2 and in the hunt for promotion to the Women's Super League, the squad fly to games, have their own chef and have a new training ground to call their own. Nobbs, who of course has 71 caps for England, has been talking to Katie Cornell.
it's crazy how you blink and football changes. I think it's just really incredible that Newcastle have invested into the women. You know, that's what we want to see. We want to see the growth. And even I've been here, what goes quickly, doesn't it? About 5 months or something. And the changes I've seen even in that space of time is huge. So I think we know where we're going. Like I always say, it never happens overnight. It's still a process. But I think as long as those processes are there, you believe as a player and as a team that we've got an ambition to grow. Look, I've always been open-minded. I think if ever as a player I could help with change to a club, to say, you know, I do think this will help the team grow or the club grow, but it's all happening before I need to say anything. I think, like you said, having a chef come to our away games, I think is huge for a WSL2 side. Our flights going down to games has been incredible. I think also that's something that doesn't happen enough in the women's game. So they're huge things. The training ground, obviously, it's slowly getting there. But a few weeks ago, we didn't have this room. It didn't exist. So yeah, they're doing things very quickly. I think our pitches are getting redone soon as well to make them even better than what they are. So yeah, they're seeing things and they're getting it done straight away. So it's a super positive for where this club is going and how quick they want to push it as well.
How are you feeling about this push for promotion? Because from the outside looking in, it looks absolutely thrilling. Like, I know Charlton are a little bit further away, aren't they? But it's so tight. You've got that game in hand currently, but it just feels like it's really competitive. The pressure's on. How are you feeling about it?
I think it'll go down to the last few games. It's an exciting league. I think even when I was in the WSL, the WSL2 was always exciting. I think our main thing is it's still in our hands. We've got some of the big teams to play. So if we play well, get them points, then, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to us. Luckily, we're in a position that can still be down to how we play, how we perform, and that'll be the reason why we get promoted if we do that. I don't think there'd be much more I'd want to achieve in football, to be honest, if I get Newcastle or help them get into the top league. You know, I've loved every minute, and Newcastle's kind of given me that fire in my belly again. I want to get promoted with the club, and I want us as a team to do that and achieve that. So yeah, like I said, whether that's this year or next year, it's going to be the aim, and it'll be up there with one of the proudest things I've done.
That was the Newcastle United women's midfielder Jordan Nobb speaking to our colleagues at BBC Sport about the rapid pace of change for the team at the football club. Right, going to bring you some of the half-time scores as well from the Champions League. Actually, I'll start with the full-time score, because Galatasaray beat Liverpool by 1-0 in the early kickoff. Mario Lemina's strike after 7 minutes was the difference maker between those two sides there. 3 half-time scores to bring you so far in the Champions League. Bayern Munich look home and dry, 3-0 up in Atalanta. Harry Kane not on the score sheet, but Serge Gnabry, Michael Olise and Josip Stanisic have got the goals for Bayern so far away from home. And for Tottenham, it has been a bruising first half, to say the least. They are 4-1 down to Atletico Madrid at the break. Atletico raced into a 3-0 lead after just 15 minutes. Marcos Llorente, Antoine Griezmann and then Julian Alvarez got 3 goals in 9 minutes for Atleti, and it meant that the goalkeeper Antonin Kinski, who's making his debut for Spurs tonight, was pulled off the pitch. Vicaria's come on to replace him, and to be fair to Kinski, he did make a couple of mistakes. A nightmare debut, you must say. Then Robin Lenormand made it 4-0 to Atletico. Pedro Porro has pulled one back for Spurs, but very much like Bayern Munich, Atletico Madrid in full control of that tie. No one in control of the tie here at St James's Park. Goalless at the break. We'll be back over to Razor and Ando for second half commentary in just a second. Just to bring you up to date with a score in the National League. It's just got underway in the second half between Southend and Gateshead. That game is now tied at 1-1. Brad Nicholson has equalised for Heed in that one. In the National League North, South Shields are in action. They're level at the minute against Chorley. Sonny Finch put Shields 1-0 up before Jack Sampson equalised for the home side. And in the NPL Premier Division, Morpeth are trailing Cleethorpes by 2-1. A double double from Josh Walker cancelled out an equaliser from Joshua King. Right now, let's talk a little bit of horse racing, and the favourite Lossiemouth won the champion hurdle at the Cheltenham Festival earlier on this afternoon. Commentary now of the closing stages from our commentator John Hunt.
Lossiemouth at the last flight, she's over safely. Alexi made a terrible mistake, that's done for him. Pride Today's ahead, the New Lion and Golden Ace are the next ones, but Lossiemouth, they've taken an age to decide to let her run in the champion hurdle, but she will be crowned Queen of Cheltenham. Lossiemouth with a tremendous win is the champion hurdler.
Yeah, it was a stacked field as well, wasn't it, in that champion hurdle? But Willie Mullins with another winner at the festival. You would be silly to potentially bet against that man when it comes to Cheltenham. Now, that's 7-5 favourite, of course, trained by the aforementioned Willie Mullins.
You know, she has that mare's damn side pedigree, which gives her that bit of speed. And the cheek pieces, I think, just made a huge difference. It made her concentrate that bit more. And, you know, as horses get older, they probably, like the rest of us, we start looking for ways out of doing hard work. And this really invigorated her. And when I saw her working in them the other morning, and when we pulled up, Paul pulled up, and, you know, I spoke to him, and we both of us had the same feeling that this was the way to go. And then the race looked so open, we thought, well, why not? Let's go for it.
And as the race unfolded, you can't have had too many anxious moments.
Well, you know, we're all anxious until the third last, and then I saw her hitting the third last right. You know, I mean, she met it right, and I looked back at JP's colours, and I thought, right, he's starting to come under pressure. And I thought when he was coming under pressure, I thought, you know, he was the one I was worried about. I thought we should have the measure of the rest of them.
Well, many congratulations. Another champion hurdle. Well done, Willie.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't think that'll be the last time that Willie Mullins wins at the Cheltenham Festival this week. He was speaking to our colleague there, Rob Nothman. You know what? Let's get a preview to day 2 of the action as well. All gets underway at around 1:20 tomorrow. The feature race, the Queen Mother Champion Chase. We're doing a little challenge here on Total Sport where we're going up against the breakfast team, so it'll be intriguing to see who wins. Our hopes rest on the Champion Chase. Ando's made a pick. You'll be able to listen to that tomorrow morning with Pridey. But let's get a preview now with John Hunt.
Well, there are 10 runners heading to post for Wednesday afternoon's feature race, the Queen Mother Champion Chase. But I think it's fair to say you can distill that field of 10 down to 3 principal hopes. The favourite is a horse called Madgeborough, one of 2 horses in the race trained by Willie Mullins, and strong favourite. He was very impressive when winning at the Dublin Racing Festival on his most recent start, but some of his jumping prior to that has been a little bit chancy, so it may be a brave punter to dive in for him. The other threats include Willie Mullins' second runner, Il Était Temps, who himself was a surprise faller last time out at Ascot, and Dan Skelton has a big contender as well, a horse called L'Eau de Sud, who was a bit disappointing on his most recent start, but prior to that, here at Cheltenham in November, had run out a very impressive winner. He will have a very interesting observer alongside him as well. He's part owned by Sir Alex Ferguson.
John Hunt there, the BBC's horse racing commentator, giving us the run-through of tomorrow's action at the Cheltenham Festival. The Barcelona players are on the pitch. The Newcastle United players are entering the pitch for second half of Barcelona versus Newcastle United here at St James's Park. It's perfectly poised, this one, 0-0 at the break as we get ready for the second half. I'll bring you that in the company of Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson. The time is 9 o'clock.
Total Sport North East.
The Champions League. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you very much, Harry. And the time is now for Newcastle United with 45 minutes to build on what they did well in the opening period and put themselves into a strong position for next Wednesday's second leg in Camp Nou, which you'll be able to hear live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Teams are ready. Second half about to begin. No changes. Ramsdale in goal. Trippier, who has shaken off that problem with his groin. Chow, Byrne, Hall, Ramsey, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Barnes, Osula. That's the Newcastle 11. Gordon fit enough only for the bench. And the Barcelona team in a second. once we get a break in play. Newcastle on the attack. Joe Linton, left side of the area, has turned, played it without looking, and in the corner there, Barcelona clear. Osula with some pressure to clearance, whipped up the pitch. Trippier's got his head to it. Chow comes across, beats Rafinha to the ball. Terrific from Chow. Trippier has then lost it, then made a challenge and won it for Elanga, who starts to go forwards and wins a throw 30 yards out on this near right hand side. Newcastle kicking towards the Gallagher end goal. Black and white stripes with black shorts and socks. Barcelona luminous orange, bit of black trim. Trippier throws it up the line for Elanga. Defender at his back. Elanga has ended up on the floor, off the pitch, almost colliding with the advertising board, but no foul. Only Barcelona throw. At left back, João Cancelo, who's on loan from Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia, left Manchester City, went to Saudi Arabia, and then Barcelona brought him in on a loan deal, playing at left back, the Portuguese international. He's just tapped hands with Elanga following that challenge a few minutes ago as Barcelona win a free kick in the middle of the park. Joan Garcia, the goalkeeper, Ronald Araujo, Pau Cubarsí, Gerard Martin, João Cancelo in defence, Pedri, Marc Bernal in the middle of midfield, Lamine Yamal, Fermin Lopez, Rafinha and Robert Lewandowski. That's the Barca 11. Trippier slides it up the line, clears it. Elanga putting pressure on. João Cancelo's back pass. Joan Garcia has a touch near the front of the 6-yard box, lifts it out to the far side. Couple of Barcelona touches. Lewis Hall then has it and is pulled down by Lamine Yamal. Now Newcastle.
No, it wasn't Yamal who pulled him down.
No, it was Araujo. You're quite right. They were both there. On the subject of Lamine Yamal, who avoided a booking, perhaps fortunately in the first half, he, along with Fermin Lopez, another who avoided a booking, and Gerard Martin and Marc Casado, who's on the bench, all will miss the second leg if they are cautioned tonight. Aaron Ramsdale with the free kick. It's on the left, obviously, that side of the pitch where Lewis Hall plays, and about 5 yards from the halfway line. Barcelona with their line in front of the box. Now they're dropping. Ball into the area. A header and then a clearance from the away side. Trippier back up. Elanga climbs. Header there from Bernal. Then his clearance, his second ball has gone backwards. Joe Linton, great touch. Elanga trying to flick it round the corner for Osula. That would have been really pretty and attractive if it had come off. Now it's run out of play by Pedri, and Trippier with a quick throw. Here's Elanga. And Elanga's been pushed over quite clearly in front of the assistant referee, Marc Bernal. And Barcelona, will they get their first yellow card of the night? Or is the referee just getting his spray? He's just getting his spray, not a card. He went to his back pocket, must keep his cards in a different one.
Yeah, he must do.
Marco Guida, the Italian referee who officiated at Euro 2024. It's had an interesting night. And there is real excitement about this free kick on the right, 15 yards out, close to the touchline. Kieran Trippier to deliver. Takes a nick off a defender. It's come to Elanga, who had a swing, and it might have come off his knee, gone behind.
It's going to be some goal, that, wasn't it? Could have had a touch, couldn't he? It's gone for the spectacular. As you say, I think it's come off his shin. Spun well wide.
Newcastle United pressing high there. It's up to Lewandowski, well held and then laid off. And now an inviting ball for Pedri, up the line for Rafinha. He's given it away to Trippier, who delayed and dallied a bit, but Chow has won it back, and now Ramsey, out it goes. Newcastle throw on the right side of defence. Trippier apologises to Chow, acknowledges the error, which was not costly. On the bench tonight, Pope, Ruddy, Harris, the goalkeepers, Botman, Wisser, Gordon, Livramento, Jacob Murphy, Voltemada, Willock, Alex Murphy and Neve. Another Newcastle throw. 5.5 minutes gone in the second half. 5 Champions League matches unbeaten, Newcastle, since losing in Marseille. Game that they looked pretty good for winning, actually, at least in the first half, when they were leading. Here's Osula with Gerard Martin. It's a good battle. Kubasi plays it back to the goalkeeper. Osula sprints after it. The forward ball has hit Yamal. Hall heads on. Joelinton gets up, chests it down. Barcelona have regained possession. Lewandowski to Yamal, and Joelinton gets a toe on it. Finds Hall, back to Ramsdale. He takes a touch. Calm. Roll out to Tonali. And uncharacteristic misplaced pass from the Italian.
Rushed, wasn't it?
Between Hall and Byrne, and out Barcelona throw right wing.
Yeah, rushed.
Barcelona's bench includes Ferran Torres, Marcus Rashford, Dani Olmo. Tonali's now won it back for Barnes, who wins a throw inside Barcelona territory. And Hall has the ball. Barnes just up the line, Ramsey goes square, Tonali up the line, and it's Osula who's come across. He's held it up, he's ended up on the floor. Referee waves his hand at him, says get up. Barcelona coming forwards with the ball, with Pedri. Strong sliding challenge from Joelinton. Took the ball. Barcelona have it back though, right side of defence, into the middle, just in front of the D, Gerard Martin. And João Cancelo here. Newcastle have pushed up high. Oh, Tonali has intercepted it. Trippier to Chow. Drops his shoulder, holding off Lewandowski's all over him. Referee was with whistle at his lips, but then waved play on. Byrne to Hall, slightly behind him. Hall in behind, nobody running. And they've just given it back to Barcelona. 53rd minute, 0-0. It's with the goalkeeper. And to Pedri, Tonali behind him. Now Kubasi inside to the goalkeeper again. Rolled across to João Cancelo. Elanga is there. Inside it comes to Gerard Martin. Edge of the box. Ramsey getting close. Rolled back by Pedri to the keeper. And Joan Garcia. They're baiting Newcastle, aren't they? Joelinton close to winning it. Trippier then with a header from the long ball up the pitch. Byrne, no chances taken there. Back it goes to Ramsdale, right side of Newcastle's box. Driven up the pitch. Too strong. One goalkeeper to the other. Newcastle United 0, Barcelona 0.
Yeah, it's a really good game.
João Cancelo away from Trippier. He's got the legs to do that, and he's run into midfield, and then Trippier's got back and dispossessed him. Joelinton then holding off his man in midfield and finds Ramsey. They've done so well, both of them there. Ramsey back to Trippier. They couldn't find a forward ball. It's with Chow. He might have one. It's out to the right to Trippier, and sees that the goalkeeper is probably the safest option. It could have gone up the wing to Elanga. Trippier acknowledges that. Ramsdale plays it out to Chow. Closed down by Lewandowski. Back to Ramsdale. Out to Chow once more. Now it goes long. Took a touch off Barcelona. Osula there in the centre circle. Could have been a foul. Elanga lifts it over the head of one player. Barcelona win it back, and now they're in between the lines. Up to Lewandowski. Trippier, good interception. Ramsdale coming and sliding. Was prepared to take everything. Landed on the ball, and it's out quickly to Lewis Hall. And Newcastle break. 55 minutes. Osula played in. Left side of the area. Osula! Off his left boot and into the middle of the Gallagher end. got in behind, but didn't have the finish that Newcastle needed.
No, good ball again, wasn't it? Good run by Osula, to be fair. He's got himself in, got the wrong side defender.
It's a great running ball.
Oh dear.
Osula is inside the Barcelona box. That's why there's a delay on the goal kick. Newcastle just want them to get on with it. Referee is happy now. Lewandowski's header out to the near touchline. It goes for a throw, pretty much bang on halfway. Trippier takes it back to Chow. Another statistic: they've scored in every Champions League match this season, but not yet in this one. Burn to Ramsdale. Chow to Trippier, helped on to Elanga. He's let it run for Osula, and a return ball, and Elanga takes it well. Anthony Elanga's away. Barnes far side. Elanga's cross. Goalkeeper gets there in the middle.
That's the difference. You can have all the pace in the world, but if you haven't got that quality, that decision making, that final ball, it just lets you down. It's okay being able to run and get in behind, but then when you need to pick somebody out, you need that little bit of calm, little bit of decisiveness. That's a poor ball.
And it was such a good move in the build-up as well, but the final ball was lacking. Barcelona close to the edge of the area. Tonali on Pedri. Careful not to foul, he's being yellow carded. Free kick for Barcelona. Tonali doesn't like the decision. Didn't return the ball. He's got to be careful. He's been booked once, but not again there, thankfully. Jacob Ramsey and Lamine Yamal told to be stronger, and it's Joe Linton needs an option across halfway to Barnes. I think he wanted something in behind. Barnes running at Araujo. Osula runs in behind, far side of the pitch. Assistant referee keeps his flag down. Osula, bit of skill, back to Hall. Nobody in the middle, really. Now here's Barnes. Barnes has gone for goal, and it's straight at the keeper, low down by the near post.
Opened up for him, didn't it? It's capable from there as well.
Atmosphere's really built up in the early part of the second half. Newcastle having a spell. Chow to Tonali. He's got two on him. He finds Elanga. Jacob Ramsey has then won it back and played in Elanga again. Now he gets his head up. Elanga. Some appeals from some supporters for handball as his cross was blocked. Barcelona clear it, and this could be dangerous. Fermin Lopez to Rafinha. Edge of the area, left side. Lamine Yamal, Fermin Lopez, Tonali intercepts. Hall's got to come away, and Lewis Hall does get away, and he's completely isolated on the far side, and Hall's carried it and is still going, and he's looked for Osula in the middle, or maybe Elanga coming in. Will they get a corner here? Yes, they do. What a run from Lewis Hall.
He's been brilliant tonight. Been brilliant all season, to be fair to him, but he's been exceptional tonight. It's an absolutely wonderful run. It's a good ball played in as well.
Good decision. It is a corner. Correct decision. We've played an hour on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. At the minute they are on top, but it's still goalless. Maybe it's coming. Trippier, hands on hips for the corner towards Chow, back post. Barcelona header, and they've managed to careful not to foul Malik Chow on the line near the corner. He's won it back, but it's gone behind. He had the last touch. Last 5 or 10 minutes has been really good. Tempo's been so high.
It's been high all game, to be fair, Razor.
When Elanga got in, they just needed that ball to be right, didn't they? And the goalkeeper got across in the middle. William Osula is again in the penalty box as Barcelona try to take a goal kick, and the referee is having a strong word with him. And that might be his last warning. Eddie Howe is having word with Jacob Murphy. Pitch side, Dan Burn comes and wins the ball from Lewandowski, who gets up and wins it back. Newcastle looked like they'd regained an advantage there, but they've lost it, and this is trouble. Lamine Yamal, edge of the area, left boot. Joe Linton with a block. And Yamal out to the far corner. Sends in a cross. Burn heads it up. Where's it going to land? Ooh, onto the roof of the net with Ramsdale having to help it over. Corner. Atletico Madrid 5, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Another goal for Atleti. And Atalanta 0, Bayern Munich 4. 2 latest scores. Here 0-0. Do not regret the chances that you miss. Don't miss the chances, ideally, because Barcelona, as we saw there, have a threat. There's going to be a goal kick, though, from that corner, which was headed wide at the near post by Araujo. And Ramsdale's taken it already. Jacob Murphy back warming up along with Anthony Gordon as Anthony Elanga knocks it away from João Cancelo. This is what he's good at. This is the strong part of his game. And he's just run into a tackle. Well, that's the good and the bad of Elanga, but he is offering something, even if the finesse that you need in the key moment, as you said, Ando, isn't quite there. The pace will frighten them, and you know, he gets it right once. Barcelona are in bother, and he's had a couple of efforts. One was very close to going in. I don't think he's had a bad night overall.
It's just his decision making.
Long diagonal ball. Dan Burn battling for it with Fermin Lopez. They're both on the floor. Barcelona want a free kick, don't get it. Malik Chow has the ball, still goalless. And Lewis Hall to Barnes, who's dropped deep, left wing, close to the touchline. In he comes, plays it back to Chow. It's the furthest outfield player, the deepest outfield player, Chow, actually, near to the edge of the area. Tonali is in there like an additional centre-back at the moment, something he does quite a bit. Chow looking for the feet of Osula. He's found the feet of Osula, controlled it well. He's gone backwards with it. I don't think he had his head up because there were options to the left and in behind. Osula now gets forwards as Trippier delays a ball up the pitch, inside to Elanga, 5 yards, on halfway, back to Chow. Remember, if you have a smart speaker, you can listen to us by asking it to play BBC Radio Newcastle, and we're also on BBC Sounds tonight. Hall with a ball, and the goalkeeper's had to leave the penalty area and lift a high clearance out of touch on the far side at the east stand. Is it a Newcastle throw, or what is it?
Offside.
Offside against Harvey Barnes. Joe Willock is being readied, I think, is it? They've just got his shirt out ready for him over a seat on the bench. Dan Burn there with Lewandowski. Looked like there might have been a pull, nothing given.
He's been
Italian
consistent, the referee. I tell you what, people have been having a go at him. I think he's been consistent.
It's just about the yellow card situation, wasn't it? That's why there was booing and why coaching staff were complaining at half time. But other than that, yeah, Dan Burn is on the right side here. Not his most comfortable side. Trippier clears. Joe Linton with a header. Chow at the edge of the box into the path of Hall. Barnes goes wide. Osula in the middle. Harvey Barnes takes it over halfway, and away they go. On to Hall. He delivers a cross. It's Ramsey. It's a Barcelona header. Tonali on his chest. Blocked shot. Tonali with a follow-up effort. Big deflection into the hands of Joan Garcia.
It's been good. It's been frantic.
How much longer, Ando, can they keep this up at this intensity? In behind Trippier for Rafinha. Chow comes across. Lewandowski in the middle. Lewandowski just wide. At full stretch, Lewandowski opened up his body and off the inside of his right boot has steered it wide from 6 yards.
Well, that's what they can do, isn't it? Ball in behind. Great touch.
Tino Livramento, Anthony Gordon and Jacob Murphy are coming on. It's a triple change. Kieran Trippier is leaving the pitch. So too is William Osula, who I think will be, although he'll be disappointed to go off, I think he'll be happy enough with some of the things that he's done. And Anthony Elanga likewise leaves the pitch. The pace of Elanga and Osula has frightened Barcelona, no doubt. They just haven't had that final third, decisive action quality that you need at their very highest level. So Livramento, Gordon, Murphy on for Trippier, Osula and Elanga. And those changes made almost midway through the second half, 67th minute. Like for like?
Like for like.
Ramsdale, long ball forward, then Barcelona back up the pitch. Burn with a header. Joelinton comes back a long way, chests it down, brings it into central midfield. There's Jacob Murphy. Great first touch away from João Cancelo. He trips him, and João Cancelo is the first Barcelona player to go into the book tonight. And they wanted a quick free kick, but it's brought back. The referee hadn't put his card back in his pocket. His top pocket. It's where he keeps it, and with his yellow whistle blows Newcastle on, tells them to take the free kick. Ramsdale's come forwards, just moves it slightly. Marcus Rashford is going to be introduced shortly, along with Dani Olmo. Barcelona change is imminent. 0-0. Ramsdale forwards. Burn heads on. Gordon on his thigh. Nicely laid off to Barnes. Burn in the middle. Barnes tries to scoop up across. It's blocked and out. It hasn't gone out. Almost went out for a throw. Barnes has won it back. He's given it to Hall. Back up the line. Header there by Barca. Marc Bernal. Out of play. Quickly taken. Gordon for Hall. Sends in the cross. Jacob Murphy on the volley. That's a big chance for Murphy. It's on his left, inside of his left boot. He's only 7 or 8 yards out, and he's lifted it over the top. Came in unmarked at the back post. Difficult technique on the volley.
Leaning back, isn't he?
But it could have led to more. Double Barcelona change. Pedri leaving the pitch. Replaced by Dani Olmo, the Spanish international. And Robert Lewandowski is withdrawn. Doesn't add to his 2 Champions League goals this season. Marcus Rashford, who has 5 in Europe, 10 for Barcelona, on loan from Man United, comes on. By this point in the match in September, Rashford had scored twice, and now he enters the pitch. Bayern Munich with 2 more goals. Atalanta 0, Bayern Munich 6. They were clearly watching Newcastle against Carabao. Jacob Murphy with a foul close to the Barca penalty area. The changes, not just the individuals. Rashford is left wing, Rafinha's gone to centre forward. Yamal still out wide right. They look for Rafinha. Dan Burn with a header. It's a good header as well. That's come to Barnes. Gets it down on the floor. Running at Araujo, who makes an important challenge. And Yamal here, tackled by Joelinton. Now he needs to be careful. He doesn't want a yellow card. He helps Lamine Yamal up to his feet, and you don't want Joelinton being on the tightrope, do you? Because they will need him next week. It remains 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle of what's been a brilliant Champions League tie, and I really hope you've enjoyed it. And there's still 20 minutes remaining. Newcastle have had a couple of big situations in the second half, but whether it was the Osula shot or the Elanga cross, it wasn't quite right. Juan Garcia not really, well, he hasn't been busy, has he? But they've got Gordon on now. Let's hope they can conjure up that big moment that they need to get into the lead while keeping it tight at the back. Ramsey makes a challenge on halfway on Bernal. Then Hall into midfield, putting pressure on. Barcelona back there to Kubasi, the 19-year-old. Into the corner, too long, too strong for Bernal. Goal kick, if Ramsdale lets it go, he keeps it in. How much have you enjoyed it so far?
I've enjoyed it, yeah. It's been a real good watch. It's been entertaining, it's been hectic, been pacey.
Barcelona with the medical team sprinting on over to the far side. Marc Bernal, I think, is the man down. Could be cramp, might be worse. Some Newcastle fans didn't like it. They think it's time wasting from one of the big boys of the European game, the world game. Eddie Howe has a word with Jason Tindall. Treatment is being given. While that happens, still 0-0. You're missing none of the action. You can get in touch with us because we'll be talking about the game until 10:30 tonight. Our number is 0800 234 6565. That's 0800 234 6565 to call us on, or send us a message on X at BBC Newcastle. John Anderson will be sticking around, and Harry Roy will be back at full time.
I'm sure somebody near here is eating chocolate cake. I can smell it.
Well, it's not you, because you can't eat while you're broadcasting, can you?
Absolutely not.
A change has been made. Marc Bernal has gone off and Marc Casado has come on. He was a late substitute in the match in the league phase. One central midfielder for another. Chow stretching, controls a ball that had a lot of pace on it. Livramento here looking for Ramsey, who's ended up on the deck. No foul. Livramento comes back, makes a challenge. Referee says good challenge. Fermin Lopez screaming for a free kick. Newcastle through Ramsey and Murphy, and now Tonali and Livramento. Gordon gets away. Space on the right for Gordon. Murphy in the D. To his left is Barnes, who takes a touch. Barnes hits the post! Yes! The flag is up. Joelinton denied a Champions League goal against Barcelona. The flag went up from the assistant on the near side. Well, was that for Gordon or was it for the ball inside? If it's Gordon,
he's onside.
Well, hang on then, because the ball went in off Joelinton, or was it maybe?
Oh, it's Joelinton.
Joelinton after Barnes' effort.
He's a mile off.
Yeah, okay.
Let's not hang on.
But Barnes hit the post. Talked about a big moment. That might have been it. The break, the move was fantastic up this right side. From one end of the pitch to the other. Gordon involved. Harvey Barnes. That's where he likes it, isn't it? On the left, so he can cut in on his right. And he hit the post. It came back to an offside Joelinton. It remains Newcastle United 0, FC Barcelona 0. But they might get another. Barnes, oh, so close. Long ball from Juan Garcia. Chow's header. Livramento, who got about 15 minutes in total the other night, having to play for longer this evening, has conceded a throw. It's
just ahead of halfway. João Cancelo's next to Eddie Howe, where he takes it to Olmo. Jacob Ramsey puts it out. If you'd like to send us a WhatsApp message, put BBC at the start, and the number is 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. BBC at the start of your WhatsApp message, please. 0-0. Gordon, fresh legs. He's potentially been unwell this week, but they've got him on the pitch now, and he'll be desperate to move closer to the top of the Champions League goal-scoring chart, won't he? Lewis Hall, terrific play, strong, and then the turn. He's done it all night. He's been fouled, surely, but referee plays advantage. Barnes running at Araujo. Joelinton, onside here, edge of the area. Ran into trouble. Dan Burn, quick off the mark, quicker than Rafinha. Gets the ball back. Tanali nearly loses it, then plays it to Chow in the centre circle. Up to Ramsey, square to Livramento. Crowd really enjoying what they're seeing, involved in the game. Here's Murphy onto Gordon. Livramento trying to get after it. It's played against Livramento.
Offside anyway.
By Gerard Martin, and the flag's up anyway. Oh. Frenetic.
Oh, frenetic. It's 100 mile an hour.
Long ball towards the right corner by Barcelona. Big Dan Burn nods it back to Aaron Ramsdale, who had come out to that side of his penalty area, and then he rolls it back to the big man. 13 minutes of normal time left ahead of us at St James's Park. Champions League commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Livramento rises, can't win the header. João Cancelo on Rashford, and Chow with Rashford. Referee happy, and he enjoyed the battle, the referee. Rashford, to be fair, doesn't appeal.
I think the referee's done really well tonight. I think he's let things go.
I'm sure our team in the studio will be making a note of that, and will be clipping that answer from you, praising the referee. Here's Gordon, could be handball by Barcelona on the through ball, nothing given, because you're not always impressed by officiating, but you have been tonight.
Yeah, I think he's shown common sense. I think he's let things go, hasn't blown at everything.
Ramsdale, it's a nice ball out to Joelinton, and Lewis Hall with boundless energy, and the through ball. João Garcia's come, and Gordon's got it in the area. Here's Gordon, a blocked shot, and then Gordon trying to get the ball back from Araujo, goes down, nothing given. Ramsey's won it for Joelinton. João Garcia, where was he going? Joelinton to Hall, and stuck over the top of the crossbar by Gerard Martin. Barcelona maybe a bit rattled, but Newcastle United need to score now. There are 11 minutes remaining. They've got to make one of these count, haven't they? They've got to. Fans on their feet at the Gallagher end, watching, willing the ball to go in. Tanali's delivery, Burn rises, Lewis Hall with a header, Joelinton back to goal on his chest, out wide to Tanali, who's beaten his man. Tanali into the area, rolls it across, block. Ramsey on the follow-up. Corner. Deflection on Ramsey's effort, which seemed to have a strange path of motion. The way that he hit it off his left, and it took a touch. Newcastle United locked at 0-0 with Barcelona. Lewis Hall with this corner from the right. Livramento stays back. Plenty of black and white in the middle. Hall delivers. Goalkeeper punches clear. Livramento's got it. Lets it bounce. Goes back to Ramsdale. He's closed down. He takes a touch. Drives it. Header there by Gerard Martin. Could have let it go. Rashford back to the defender, and they've unfortunately wasted that opportunity, Newcastle, after a spell of pressure. Into the final 10 minutes now.
if it stays like this, next Wednesday tea time in Camp Nou will be very interesting. It would be anyway. Barcelona trying to change that with Rashford, with a ball that he has really given so much power to as he crossed from the left. It's just kept in by Yamal on the far side. Olmo, the blonde-haired midfielder, drags the ball back, plays it into the centre circle. Kubasi, Newcastle, everybody behind it pretty much. Gordon square to the ball now with Araujo on halfway. Newcastle push up the pitch. Jacob Murphy goes to close down Gerard Martin. Onto João Cancelo. Livramento's there. Back to Gerard Martin. Up to Rashford. Olmo looking for Rashford, who has brilliant control and spins, keeps it in on the line. Inside to João Cancelo. Has a look, good awareness, and comes across midfield. Having been on the attack, on the counter-attack, this is a period that may require concentration at 0-0 in the 82nd minute. Eddie Howe with Jason Tindall, and it's Tindall who's screaming something from the touchline and directing players. As Barcelona play short passes in midfield. Rafinha tried to make a run across Burn. The ball didn't go up to the edge of the area. It's still with Olmo across midfield to the right of the centre circle. Now Araujo back to Kubasi. He's backpedaling, gives it to his goalkeeper. Newcastle step up towards halfway. Joan Garcia to Olmo, back to Kubasi, sliced that, it's gone out. Atletico Madrid 5, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Another goal back for Spurs from Dominic Solanke. And still Atalanta 0, Bayern Munich 6. And in the National League it remains Southend United 1, Gateshead 1. As Gateshead trying to move closer to safety. All the scores in the games in the Champions League and of relevance to us in the Northeast, Harry Roy will give you them at full time. Confirmed scores. Barcelona get a throw on the far side. Following the Newcastle throw, and this is just behind halfway. We've now got 7 minutes of normal time remaining. Remember to give us a call, talk to Ando at the end of the game on 0800 234 6565. Olmo volleys it across the pitch. Livramento heads forwards. That's a strong header. Gerard Martin has it into midfield where Rafinha is free.
Ball that is.
Whipped on to Rashford first time. Rashford on his right, off the left. Rashford blocked in front of goal there by Ramsey. Surely a foul in the box, is it? Referees let it go then blow. Let it play out for a few seconds and then put his whistle to his lips. It was Burn who seemed to be pushed and appealed immediately. They get the decision and they'll be delighted to get the decision because it kept Barcelona on the attack. The fact that the referee had allowed play to go on for another second or two. Maybe he was waiting for an advantage, Ando.
Yeah, as I say, I think he's done well, the referee. You know, it was a free kick and I think he knew it was a free kick. He let it go, but he's brought it back, given the free kick. I think he's been sensible tonight, the referee, really do. I don't say that too many times about referees.
Barcelona have just shaded possession, 55% to Newcastle's 45. Ramsdale on the diagonal towards the left wing. Barca have it back and there's a big gap in central midfield and this is what they don't want. Space is opening up and Barcelona now with Rashford clipping it in, back post. Just too much force on the ball. I'll tell you what, that is some run from right back from Araujo, who's got cramp and he's pulled himself onto the pitch to delay the restart.
Yeah, fair play to the referees, telling them to get off the pitch. Good on him. You wouldn't see that in the Premier League, by the way.
No yellow card. Joe Willock is going to be next on for Newcastle United.
He's telling them to stay off now as well.
Well, there you are. Barcelona down to 10 temporarily. Numerical advantage. No, he's back on. The There's still a gap, mind you, on that side of the pitch, but they're going up this near side for Livramento, and it's a ball from Tonali onto the chest of Tino Livramento. Jacob Murphy goes outside. Livramento comes in and then plays it back to Tonali as Willock waits to come on. Now they've gone wide to Murphy. To Ramsey, a return ball to Murphy, who delivers the cross. Barnes! Yes! Harvey Barnes has scored a goal that might well go down as one of the biggest in Newcastle United history. Barnes on the end of Murphy's cross. The goalkeeper, Juan Garcia, got a big hand on it, but couldn't keep it out at his near post. Barnes, who hit the post earlier on, has scored at the Gallagher end of St James's Park, and this place has erupted. Barnes with a famous Champions League goal against the mighty Barcelona, and they've played so well tonight. You have to say they deserve it, and they might well take a lead into Camp Nou and the second leg next week. Harvey Barnes is the hero, and it's Newcastle United 1, FC Barcelona 0.
Oh, it's a great little 1-2. That's what he does so well as well, Murphy. His delivery. Talk about it with Alanga, with Asula. His delivery. His delivery is brilliant.
It's hit him on the chest and gone in.
Yeah. Oh, the keeper, yeah. Doesn't matter.
There's a VAR check. Hang on, surely not. It looks fine to us. Oh no. Oh no. Referee telling Barcelona to wait. What's it for? It's a goal. Goal stands. I'm so sorry if we had you concerned. VAR had us concerned. Well, you're all right sitting there with your arms folded, leaning back. You had faith in this referee, didn't you? Your friend from Italy, Marco Guida. Be nice if he could do the second leg. Barcelona making changes. Fermin Lopez has gone off. Ferran Torres, once of Manchester City, wants the scorer of a hat-trick here for Man City. And they've also taken off Ronald Araujo, and on has come Xavi Espat, one of their young players at right fullback. We are in the 89th minute. There will be perhaps 5 minutes added on. Gordon closing down Juan Garcia, who, tell you what, he's not had the most comfortable night. There are a couple of things in the first half, and then the goal, he will be bitterly disappointed, but it's Barnes' goal because it's on target. Joe Linton header goes backwards. Byrne with a back pass to Ramsdale. Hall goes out to the left. Ramsdale waits, takes time, and then launches it. Newcastle United 1, Barcelona 0. The scoreboard on the big screen at the Leazes end still says 0-0. They need to get that updated. Chow forwards. Gordon tries to take it down. Kubasi back to the keeper, who has a touch and rolls it to Gerard Martin. There they are. They've put the goal on now. Rafinha on halfway, flicks it away from Byrne. There's a slip from Ferran Torres. Chow's won it. Newcastle to Ramsey. Back to Joe Linton. Bundled over, free kick. Final minute of the 90. What a night on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It's not over yet, and we're with you till 10:30. 0800 234 6565. Call us now, or text 81333 and put BBC at the start of your message. Joe Willock hadn't come on, but that change is about to be made. And it's for Harvey Barnes. Standing ovation for the goal scorer. It's his 6th in the Champions League. He's on 14 in all competitions. 2 in 2 after going 12 without scoring. He could have had 2 two tonight, but he's got one that will be remembered forever. Assuming Barcelona don't come back. 4 minutes added to the end of the match. And we are 25 seconds into that period, so I'm sure they'll play on into a fifth minute. Newcastle free kick. Ramsdale, long to the edge of the area. Burn heads up, Gordon's got it down, tries to turn, has swivelled. Here's Dan Burn. Oh, and Chow had a shot, but he didn't really connect. Had a swing, it was a fresh air shot really. Ramsey's got it. Hall's cross, headed out by Barcelona. Livramento on it. He's had a crack, and it's blocked in the middle. Rashford there. Gordon gets the other side, wings it back. Rashford pulls him down. Whistle goes for a free kick. And they are still Newcastle playing at full pelt, high intensity. Remember that motto, intensity is our identity, that Eddie Howe implemented. And that's been them tonight, all night. They've somehow found the energy, Ando, for this. After 10 men against Man United, Man City on Saturday night, where they had a lot of time without the ball. And they could be about to beat Barcelona. Tonali's free kick, Chow's header inside, Rashford up. We are now almost at the end of the second minute of additional time. Joe Linton's got a touch on the ball. Jacob Murphy beaten to it by Rashford on the near side. João Cancelo forwards. Livramento comes over, communicates with Joe Linton, and Newcastle have the ball. Tonali inside to Joe Linton. Out to Murphy, stabbed away by João Cancelo. Dan Burn is across, chests it, and Livramento's got it inside to Ramsey, on to Gordon, back to Ramsey, and wide to Willock. They've got one, can they get a second? Joe Willock on the outside of his man. Willock for the goal line. Willock tackled. Fair challenge. Gordon's won it back. Jacob Murphy rides a challenge, then another, then Barcelona get it clear, up towards Rafinha, Dan Burn away into midfield. Oh, it's so stretched. Joe Linton with a challenge on halfway. Barca get it back. Willock off in pursuit. Yamal.
Yellow card.
Foul by Willock, he'll take the booking. He's applauded for it. It stopped the Barcelona counter-attack. There's a minute remaining, but they'll play on for a bit longer, I'm sure. Newcastle United 1, Barcelona 0.
It's just so hectic. It's been a great watch, it really has.
They've got to defend this, and then there's a little bit more work to do. Free kick about 35 yards out, maybe 10 in off the far touchline. Rashford's delivery, Chow with a header, picked up by Olmo, blocked by Tonali, and Tonali coming away with it, looking for Gordon on the far side. Gordon's brought it down, Ramsey making a run. Gordon, Tonali doesn't have anything left to chase that.
Never getting that anyway.
Joan Garcia picks it up. 10 seconds of the 4 minutes. Newcastle lead 1-0. They could be heading to Camp Nou with the advantage. It's up to the referee now, because we're into a fifth minute on BBC Radio Newcastle in the Champions League last 16 first leg. João Cancelo away from Murphy. Tonali slipped. João Cancelo still got it, 30 yards out. Rafinha on his left, up to the edge of the area. It's Olmo, he's thrown himself down. It's a penalty. Oh no! Barcelona have been awarded a penalty in the 5th minute of added on time. 4 minutes were shown on the numbers board. The 4 minutes are being played, and Barcelona have been given a penalty. St James's Park stunned into silence. It's Olmo who's gone away from Chow. Is it the correct decision?
Oh yeah.
There is contact. It's a penalty for Barcelona. Newcastle United leading 1-0. A famous win hangs in the balance. This penalty kick, who's got it? Lamine Yamal has got it. The 18-year-old. Aaron Ramsdale. Harvey Barnes, a hero with a goal. Ramsdale can make himself a hero. This penalty kick in, added on time. Yamal has scored. Ramsdale sent the wrong way, diving to his left, rolled into the bottom corner, and black and white hearts are broken. And it's the last kick of the game. Football can be so cruel. Barcelona might well have got out of jail. Referee Marco Guida, a penalty awarded for a trip by Malik Chow on Danny Olmo. Jason Tindall's gone onto the pitch to confront him. It's not going to change the decision. Kieran Trippier is there, referee sending them away. Harvey Barnes thought he'd won the game against Barcelona with a late goal. But Lamine Yamal, it's such a great penalty. It's the last kick of the game into the bottom corner. And it's almost like they've lost, but they haven't. It's 1-1. And the second leg next Wednesday, tea time, is all to play for. Barcelona are lucky. The referee had played on beyond the 4 minutes that were shown. Played into another minute. Hansi Flick goes to shake his hand, as well he might. St James's Park lets the Italian referee know what they think of that decision. But I think it's the correct decision. It's just the fact that they played on.
It is a penalty, isn't it? We've seen it again. He's just left his leg there. They did nothing in the second half, Barcelona.
It's finished 1-1 at the end of the first leg.
Worked so hard to go over there with a 1-goal advantage would have been huge. I mean, that's harsh right at the death. It really is.
I think it's just the fact that the referee kept playing, and I said there would be some extra time allowed on top of the additional period because there'd been substitutions. Obviously, goal celebrations were part of what was added to the game. But the Newcastle players, for their efforts, you have to feel for them. But look, at kick-off, if you'd have said 1-1, second leg next week, good performance, many would have accepted that as a positive outcome from tonight. And it's the manner, in fact it's a penalty and the last kick of the game, but they're level going into the second leg.
Yeah,
it's not over.
No, you would have preferred to have gone over there with a goal advantage, though. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But at 1-1 you're still in the game. It's only half time in the game. It's the way you've got to approach it. They've got to go over there. I don't think they'll play the same way. I think they'll be more cautious. But look, it was great to watch. I mean, it was so hectic. It was so 100 mile an hour, and you just feel those big moments in the game where your decision making's got to be so much better. You know, it's one thing having the pace to get in behind people and use your pace, but then when you get there, those final balls, that final ball has just got to be so much better. And we let ourselves down tonight with that. You know, if the final ball had been better, the outcome could have been so much different.
There is a Man of the Match award for Harvey Barnes that was probably chosen when it was 1-0 Newcastle. I have to say Lewis Hall was 10 out of 10. It was a sublime performance, a faultless performance pretty much. He would be my pick for player of the match, to take nothing away from Harvey Barnes, who hit the post and scored what was so nearly the winning goal. Newcastle have continued their run of scoring in every Champions League match this season. They are 6 unbeaten in Europe.
and they've drawn at home in the Champions League for the first time in their 21st match here in the competition. Barcelona's substitutes are doing some sprinting. Well, it's jogging at the moment, but it's a warm down as St James's Park empties, and we're just trying to digest what happened seconds away. And on the basis that the penalty was given, the penalty was taken and scored, and the whistle went. If Newcastle had cleared the ball, or Barcelona had not continued into the box or not won the penalty, I know it's it. I'm saying
I was just going to say there's an awful lot of ifs there, right?
But that's how close they were, clearly, to the final whistle. Then.
Yeah.
So we are talking surely just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but it didn't, and we didn't clear it. They didn't mispass it.
But it underlines the point of how close they were.
You could say that about an awful lot of games as well, where you think you're so close. Yeah. You know, you've just got to go to the final whistle. You know, a lot of people behind us were shouting, "He's dived," but we've seen it again. It's a nailed-on penalty kick. To be fair, Lamal hasn't had a kick all night. You know, he's done absolutely nothing in the game, but it's a quality penalty. Ramsdale's been known for saving penalty kicks, but he just waits and he sends them the wrong way, tucks it in the corner, and it's probably a draw that they didn't deserve. You know, look at I don't think you can question the commitment, the desire, the way they've gone about it. If you want to be critical, you could just say that the final ball has let us down all night, to be fair. You know, the first real bit of quality, Murphy's cross, and we scored from it. We've got into those areas quite a few times before he came on, and that final ball just let us down.
Yeah, one notable situation with Elanga. The build-up was great, and Elanga involved in that, but his final ball wasn't quite there. He nearly scored in the first half, good save by the keeper, wrongly flagged for offside as well, so it would have counted. Osula got in behind a few times after being selected to start, did okay, as did Elanga, but again, the quality at the top level just not quite there at the key moment. But still been, in many respects, a great night for Newcastle United. It just hurts that they were denied a famous win by the last kick of the game after a penalty was awarded beyond the allotted period of additional time. But it's always a minimum that is shown on the board, that number. And Barcelona have levelled up the tie on aggregate. Next Wednesday night, 5:45 kick-off our time, live on BBC Radio Newcastle from Camp Nou, which has reduced capacity, but Barcelona back playing there after a couple of years in the Olympic Stadium. It is still undergoing redevelopment work, so what a place to go to try and get into the last 8, the quarter-finals of the Champions League for the first time. If winning tonight would have been epic, then what would winning in the Camp Nou be? It would be the sort of thing that Newcastle United have never done, but they will have to break new ground in Europe starting next week if they are to go on. But they've shown tonight that they can match Barcelona, and they showed tonight how close they were to beating them, but for that last gasp penalty. Harvey Barnes for Newcastle United, cancelled out by Lamine Yamal. Penalty with the last kick of the game. Give us a call on 0800 234 6565 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds here till 10:30, and on WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start of your message. Half time in the tie in the last 16 of the Champions League. Newcastle United 1, FC Barcelona 1.
Foster. Weekday mornings from 10.
It's lovely to be back, and I've been chatting to Greg James ahead of his Red Nose Challenge.
Love the Northeast
Good.
So much. It's a very, very special part of the world for me. It's where I started doing radio, and when we did the route for this, I said we've got to go through the Northeast somehow. We're going to be passing through Sunderland.
Like, I'm 53 now, and I still say yes to every single thing that they ask me to do, because you do learn about yourself.
You're not 53.
Yeah, I am 53. It's just a good angle you've got me at there.
Listeners, I can see Anna on the screen. There's no way you're 53. She's lying.
Anna Foster. Weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
10, you're listening to Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle with myself, Harry Roy, sitting in for Simon Pride this week. Live still from St James's Park, where the only people really left in the ground are media and players and a whole host of around 1,000 Barcelona fans that are seemingly very, very happy to have, what I will say, Ando, stolen a point right at the death against Newcastle United. The tie at half-time, Newcastle United won, Barcelona won. It will be all to play for in a knockout-style tie at the Camp Nou next Wednesday. But Ando, just in the immediate aftermath to that game, do you feel that Newcastle didn't deserve to draw that one after the effort they put in the second half? Because Barcelona didn't do a great deal in that second 45 minutes.
No, I mean, it was a chaotic type of game, 100 mile an hour. We played with that intensity, that fervour. Players with pace on the pitch. And you just feel that we got into some real good areas. You know, using that pace, getting in behind Barcelona caused them all sorts of problems. Just that final ball, the decision making, the quality on that final ball let us down tonight. You know, the first real bit of quality with a delivery. Yeah. And we score from it. Murphy, you know, that's the one thing he does. He delivers quality ball into decent areas, and we score from it.
But in defence to Anthony Elanga and Will Osula, I don't think there was any player on that pitch who didn't give 110%.
No,
they really
not.
Stretched that Barcelona back line. They caused them a lot of issues, didn't they?
They did.
Albeit that final ball just wasn't there.
Yeah, but that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, it's getting into those areas and picking that final ball. At this level, that's what it's all about. You know, you get in there, your final ball. You know, Elanga's got a way down this right side, and he's not under pressure, and he picks nobody out. It's a poor decision making, and that's what's let us down tonight. You know, there was opportunities there for us, we didn't take them, and we paid a penalty right at the death.
And there's no disputing it. It's a spot kick at the very end. No, I mean, is it the story of Newcastle's season, though, Wando, that they've just come so close? And it would have been a real surprise, I think, for either of these sides to keep a clean sheet, given that the pair of them have really struggled.
Well, we spoke beforehand, and we there's no way in the world we thought this was going to finish 0-0. You know, not with the way that we've been defending. You know, Barcelona as well, not the greatest defenders in the world. And when the game went so long without a goal, you thought, well, actually, it's got 0-0 wrote all over it. And then, as I say, the first real quality ball into an area, and we score from it. And then right at the death, he just dangles a leg, doesn't he, Chow? Just leaves it there. But
that's the quality that all of those Barcelona players possess. And when you play elite level football, especially in the Champions League, they can create problems all the way to the end.
You know, second half they didn't cause us any problems whatsoever, and then right at the death they walk an opening. It's a little ball played into the penalty area. They dink those little balls in there. Chow commits himself, penalty kick, and Lamal, who was very, very quiet tonight, you know, never got a kick, hardly in the game.
No.
He steps up, and it's a quality penalty, isn't it? You know, he just tucks it right in the corner.
0800 234 6565 if you want to speak to the former Newcastle United defender John Anderson this evening after what's been a brilliant night for Newcastle, but also incredibly disappointing. What could have been so close to another one of those famous nights. You can also jump on the texts as well this evening, 81333. Start your messages with BBC, the WhatsApp as well, 08000 321 333. Also start your messages with BBC or we will not see it. No name on this message on WhatsApp. It says, utterly deflated. We didn't lose the game at least. If we start well next week, then it is all to play for. Right, let's go to our first caller of the evening. Jonathan's on the line. He's a Newcastle fan. Good evening.
Hi lads, how you doing? Orlando.
Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, good, Jonathan, thanks. Yeah.
Last time I seen you were in the FA Cup at that point back on the train.
Yes.
I got moved out of my seat. So did you enjoy it in the afternoon?
Yeah.
In the pub. I think it was Arsenal, was it Wigan Arsenal that you watched it? But,
he's always watching football.
Yeah.
What do you make of tonight though, Jonathan?
Yeah, just I'm incredibly proud that we actually gave them a game more than anything. I mean, the result, and you get what you deserve in football. And you took the words out of me mouth, Harry, when you said the story of the season, because we've been in games so many times this season with a massive goal-scoring sort of hole in the team in terms of somebody to finish the chances off, because we're creating chances all the time. But if you don't take them, you always run the risk of them, anybody scoring at the end of the game. And anybody who knows football knows it's not unfair or it's not a cruel game. If you get what you deserve, I feel. I think we've played really well, but we've had probably 5-6 really decent opportunities and not taking them until Barnes scores. But right at the end of the game, it's a kick in the teeth, but you just take it and say, well, we've got this far, we've done really well. And I mean, how many other times do you see a game like that where it's under the lights, St James's Park, Barcelona, one of the iconic games from 30 years ago. I'm just, I'm proud to be a Geordie, as I always have been, and I just think people need to be realistic. We're competing against the best in the world at this stage, and yeah, we could have won, but we didn't. Like Ando said, we could have done a lot of things, but we didn't. So we've got a point. We're going to draw. Sorry, we've got to take it to the game next week, and hopefully, have something to play for the rest of the season. But if not, I don't think there's any damage done in terms of pride. Because at the weekend, I know it wasn't great against City. It was over in a flash again, second half. This one, I think they gave it all. You can't ask for any more than that. They gave it everything.
I agree. Look, the one thing they did do, they had to go right to the death. They worked their socks off. They closed Barcelona down. They played at a good tempo. They played at a really high tempo. It was chaotic at times, and you just feel though, Jonathan, that we got into some great areas, and our decision making and that final ball just let us down. The first real bit of quality we scored from. The one thing Murphy does, he puts balls in good areas for people to go and attack, and that was the first time we got it into an area where people could go and attack it. But look at you thought then, let's see this out, and then right at the death, they worked at a little ball played into the penalty area. Chow commits, and it's a nailed on penalty. It's a penalty all night long, and Lamal, who hasn't been involved in the game all night, hasn't really had a kick at the ball. He does what he does and he tucks it away in the corner. It's a great penalty. It
feels very similar to that PSG game at the Parc des Princes when Newcastle drew 1-1.
Yeah, but the only difference
there was never a penalty that night, though, was it? But Mbappe was kept very quiet all evening, come up with a late penalty. So, Jonathan, how are you feeling ahead of that tie at the Camp Nou next week? Because that match is going to decide it no matter what. It's essentially a clean slate, a winner takes all sort of tie.
Yeah, I don't think we can go with any fear. We've got to go there and be the best we can be on the pitch and actually go and have a right go at it. There's no point doing what they've done in the past, Andrew, when they've gone to it was Man City again. Man City, because they play them 400 times a season. But when you go and try and put 5 at the back and try and defend, they need to get out there next week and they need to go and show them what they're made of, show everyone what they're made of, and actually give them a game. Because if you play like that in the new camp, I think it'll be tough for Barcelona, because I think they're just going to walk over teams at that stadium. But let's go and have a go. But I think you're right about Murphy, he's not got anything other than a cross in his game, but all it takes is one, and you get a cross and you score. If Alanga could combine his pace and his aggression with a bit of decent crossing, we probably would be 4-0 up. So when are we going to find players like this? It's always the same as this. But it's a Champions League. It's the last 16. We've got a great chance next week of just having a go, and whatever happens. We haven't been embarrassed. We've played really well in the Champions League all season, and I think it'll be a good game next week, Ando.
Yeah, look, it's a catch-22 really next week, because you can't sit back. It's a game that you've now got to go and win, and that applies to both sides. I think it'll be really interesting to see how Eddie Howe goes and approaches it. I think
just like you did with PSG, Ando, like you did with PSG, the 2 games, we've taken the game to PSG away. Let's do it again.
They do better against the sides on the continent, don't they? Proven tonight.
Yeah, but the one thing I would say is you would expect Barcelona to have an awful lot more of the ball next week. But look, you would have. the one thing we said before kick-off as well is you wanted to still be in the tie when we go over there, and we're most definitely still in it. There's still an awful lot to play for.
Jonathan, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your call. Really, really do appreciate the first caller on the line tonight to speak to the former Newcastle defender John Anderson. 0800 234 6565. You've still got time to get in touch with the programme. We'll hopefully hear from Eddie Howe before the close of play tonight as well. If not, you'll be able to find it on our brilliant Newcastle United feed, which is available on BBC Sounds as well. Lots of your texts coming in as well. 81333, start your messages with BBC. Baz in the kitchen says ideally it's just a case of starting next week's game like tonight, starting from scratch. Play the game at the Nou Camp like tonight, but with more quality in the final third. Best scenario, take the lead. The Nou Camp is an intimidating place to play, but it is for the home team when the crowd is not happy. Makes a good point there, because I think you especially see it in Spanish teams, for example, Real Madrid, these sort of football clubs where they're so used to success. If Newcastle were to go there and get an early goal, Ando, it might turn the crowd. I mean, highly unlikely potentially with the Champions League sort of knockout quarterfinals on the line, given your face there.
Well, it depends on when you score the goal, doesn't it? I suppose if you score it in the 96th minute, it would turn the crowd because they'd have no time to react to it. I just think this Barcelona side has got an awful lot of quality in it. The way they keep the ball, the way they move the ball. I think they'll have an awful lot more of the ball next week. But we've got to go and we've got to play with the same intensity, the same attitude, the same pace as what we played with tonight. And I think if we do that, we will get opportunities. There's no doubt about it. But as I said there, Harry, the game is only at half time and we're still very much in it. There's still so much to play for in this game. And you wouldn't like to predict which way it's going to go, especially after what we've watched here tonight.
Absolutely. That Gareth's been in touch as well on the text, says it's disappointing, of course, but we've still got a second leg to play for, because a point was about right if we were in the league phase. Also says thank you to the team and myself for this week. I really appreciate your message there, Gareth. I'll not read it out because it's one of those personally ones to me, but I really do appreciate the message there. Pridey back as normal from next week. He's looking after the breakfast show, but absolutely loving deputising in his role. Right, time for another Newcastle caller. Michael is on the line. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening, gents.
Hey, Michael.
How are you doing, Michael?
Not bad, yourselves?
Yeah, good.
What do you make of it?
I thought, although it was 0-0 for a long period of time, it was actually a very enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah.
I
think the passages of play and the link-up was back to how we used to be. Joe Linton and Ramsey were excellent as well.
Yeah, look at it. The intensity at which we played, at the pace at which we played, that was great. It was chaotic at times, but it put Barcelona on the back foot, because they're not used to playing against sides who play with that intensity, who play with that physicality. I suppose if you want to be ultra critical, it's something we've already mentioned. Just that final ball, that decision making in the final third of the pitch let us down. If the quality in that final third of the pitch had been better, we might have got a bit more joy out of it.
100%.
Michael, what did you make of the kind of performance as a whole, especially defensively? I know that last gasp penalty that was given away there, but I feel watching it was a stark improvement from where Newcastle had been in recent weeks, particularly at the weekend as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the right back today was pushing on a lot, and they were man to man against their front three at the back. And I think that allowed us to overload that side. We were getting loads of joy. It was just we couldn't get that final product with Elanga.
How do you feel about going to the camp now next week then, with it being the tie perfectly poised at 1-1, knowing Newcastle, if they go and win there, they will be into the quarterfinals where it looks like they'll take on Atletico Madrid. Still a long way to go yet, but how are you feeling ahead of that match next week?
I just think that the Chelsea on the weekend, if they play with the same intensity at Chelsea, are they going to have enough in the tank to do it again next week? What do you think? Do you think they lay down on Chelsea a bit?
It's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Eddie Howe does at Chelsea. You know, will he rest one or two? Do what he did, similar to what he did in the Cup against Manchester City. You know, I think there's one or two who, to be fair, they all did. They put a real shift in tonight. They worked so hard. He's limited to what he can do, of course he is, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if he rested one or two at Chelsea at the weekend.
Michael, thanks very much for your call.
Cheers,
we really
mate.
do
Take
appreciate it. 0800 234 6565. Just under 15 minutes to go until we go off air tonight, so still plenty of chance for you to have your say on your team. Plenty of you getting in touch on the WhatsApps as well. This one says, hi Harry, while the late equaliser is totally gutting, it doesn't change the equation for next week. At 1-0 we still would have to go there and either draw or win. We still have every single chance next week. Do you think there's going to be a bit of a knock-on effect and a bit of a low potentially for these Newcastle players, because it's not like they get any respite in terms of the fixture list, because up next is a game against Chelsea, which is going to be another incredibly tough game against another top-level opposition like we've seen tonight.
Yeah, they don't get any easier, do they, Harry? No. That's for sure. You know, obviously we go to Stamford Bridge at the weekend, then we go to the new camp on Wednesday, and then obviously there's the big matter of a derby then on the following Sunday. So, you know, they keep coming thick and fast, but you want to be in these competitions. They're the games you've got to play.
Chris has got in touch from Ottawa Valley in Canada. Says, I thought the referee was balanced and went old school, not booking anyone at first, which I didn't mind, but had Yamal been booked tonight, he would have missed next week. Fine margins like that, of course. He come up with a goal with the equaliser, but I must say, taking my unbiased head off, he was very fortunate to not be booked in that first half.
Probably, but I thought the referee was okay. You know, I didn't think he was fussy. I think you see some referees, there was things going on early on.
It was the bit with Araujo over in that far corner where it was just like, no, come off. You know, you're off the pitch.
Get off the pitch and stay off. You know, and there was little niggly things going on, and he let the game go. And I didn't think he was bad. And you know, people are saying, oh, the referee was this and he was that, but seen an awful lot worse in the Premier League, that's for sure.
Chris also said that he lost his voice screaming at Gordon not to try and play that worldie for tonight at the end and just keep the ball at 1-up with minutes to go, but that will come with experience.
Yeah, did you see Joe Linton having a go at Gordon at the death? It didn't look too...
It's a difficult one though, isn't it? Because you still felt even if Newcastle were to go to Barcelona with a 1-0 advantage, it's still very slender, isn't it? But is it worth...
but it's a lead.
From a professional perspective there, is your brain wired towards get the ball in the corner, protect what we've got, and we'll deal with it next week?
Well, the trouble is, when you're 1-0, if you're 1-0 up going over, do you twist a stick? You know, that's the problem. Do we sit in and try and defend? And you would say that the way we've defended in recent games, you would say no, we can't afford to do that because we've been given goals away left, right and centre. So look, he's tried to pick Tonali out. He just got far too much on it, but you know, it is what it is. As Razor said, if somebody had just kicked the ball out of play, or if somebody had got a nick on it, but they didn't, you know, and that's small margins. You know, it's really small margins, but it was a tough one to take right at the death, that's for sure. Football
can certainly be so cruel. Let's bring in Anas, another Newcastle fan. Good evening, my friend. What did you make of the game tonight?
Oh, good evening to you. Good evening to you as well, Anzo. I'm
Anas.
very, very proud of the players, but absolutely devastated because I actually felt that win was for the taking tonight. I just felt we did attack well. I just don't think we attacked well enough to get 1, 2, 3 goals in, and I felt we were a bit too timid at times and we really shouldn't have been. But that said, all things considered, it was a very, very courageous performance. The fans were sensational tonight. I nearly lost my voice. Probably the loudest I've ever been in this ground. So atmosphere is amazing. Everybody in the Newcastle United family should be very proud. But I'm absolutely devastated because even at 1-0, I know it's a slender lead, but it's something. And you know, we could have done something amazing with that. But that said, you know, we could yet pull off a miracle next week in the new camp. I don't think it's likely, but you know, I would have just loved it if we just held on to that 1 goal lead, and that would have been absolutely something rather than nothing.
And that's it as well, because it's not just in terms of the two legs. It was what could have been for Newcastle tonight as a standalone fixture. It would have been a second victory against Barcelona, and it would have found itself right up there on top St James's Park nights that we've had at this stadium.
Yeah, look, sorry, Anna, everybody goes back to that 97 game, and rightly so, and, it lives long in the memory. If we had have held on and won 1-0 tonight, it would have been a similar scenario, because, it was great to be here. It was a great game to watch. It was just so high energy. It was helter-skelter at times. It was
just a basketball match.
Yeah, it was. But look, unfortunately, it didn't happen. And as I say, Lamal, who never got a kick, and that's a bit scary actually, that he didn't get a kick tonight, because you just wonder what he'll pull out of the fire next week.
But that's in big credit to Lewis Hall, who was phenomenal. And that's, if you had to pick a player of the match, would Lewis Hall be the one, or was there another standout for you?
Oh, Lewis Hall for me wasn't just a really positive light tonight. I think he's been positive really in all his time so far. Player of the match, I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I can't really decide. You really put me on the spot there, to be honest. To be honest, I think everyone in that team should be proud. Everybody in the Newcastle United family should be proud. And what you said there, if there was anything I wanted to take out of tonight, it was just to get that win, so that when I'm an old man in 30 years' time, I can look back with memories and say to my grandchildren and my children, look what happened that night. It was a famous night, and I just kind of wanted that as a gift, being selfish. But you know what? I'm still proud of the team. I'm still proud of everyone at the club. I think it's been a very positive night despite the result, and I really hope we can work a miracle next week.
And as we will leave it there, thank you very much for your call. Still get in touch on the text 81333. Start your messages with BBC. William in Washington has done just that. Says, poor final balls let us down, and after working hard for our lead, our game management was poor. Alan Shearer said it was poor game management as well. He couldn't believe that Howe was urging Burn forward with 5 minutes to go. And as Hall said, we got a little bit carried away pushing for a second goal. He was the best player on the pitch. I think Lewis Hall is consistently a 7 out of 10 every single week, but tonight, safe to say, he had a pretty phenomenal performance up against one of the most feared wingers in world football.
He's been like that all season. His confidence, his belief. He never looks out of place. He looks like he deserves to be playing against the best, and he can match it with the best. I thought he was brilliant tonight. I know Harvey Barnes got because
of the goal. You'd imagine that was ready before.
But in the whole context of the game, Lewis Hall was absolutely outstanding.
But a note on the midfield, particularly Jacob Ramsey. I think he's gone under the radar, hasn't he, all season?
I think Ramsey played very, very well tonight. I've said for quite a while that he's a player, if he gets a run of games, we'll see the best of him, and I think we're starting to see the best of him. I think he's getting better game by game, and he's one of those that, after watching him again tonight, he's hard to leave out.
Ian's also been in touch on the text from Shotton. It says, I think it suits us having to go and get a result at the Nou Camp. Having a 1-1 scoreline changes our mentality, and now we can't sit back to hold a 1-0 win. We have to go and get a result. We can do this. Does Ian make a point there? Because it can be dangerous holding on to a slender lead at these
Ian obviously hasn't watched us defend in recent games. I don't see how we could go and try and defend.
Did they need a multiple goal lead tonight?
I would have liked to have gone there with a 2-goal lead.
I think we all would have.
Yeah,
3.
But yeah, possibly. But look, it is what it is. You would have wanted to take a lead out there. It gives you something to hang on to. But I don't think the mentality will change. I think they'll still go about it the same way. I don't think it's in their DNA to sit in and try and defend, and let's see if we can eke one out, because of the pace and whatnot that we've got in the side. it's one thing having the pace within the side, but you've got to utilise that. You've got to be better with it. The final ball, so many times again tonight, got in behind Barcelona, caused them problems.
Can I say his name? Alexander Isak.
Yeah, you could.
Sorry, Newcastle fans, but the difference maker. And I wonder how Nick Woltemade and Johan Visser are feeling on the bench. Whether they're 100% fit, we don't know. But to not get that opportunity to lead the line tonight, how will they feel from professional to professional?
Yeah, it's the money that's been spent on them. And you've got a lad who cost 15 million or whatever. He ran around, he chased, he had his moments tonight. It's got to be worrying for them.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about the next run of matches? How do you set up for this game at the Camp Nou, knowing that at the weekend following that it's the Tyne Weir derby, which a lot of Newcastle fans will be desperate for revenge?
Well, that's an interesting question, because you've then got to say, which would you rather do? Would you rather be in the quarter-final of the Champions League, or would you rather win a derby? That could well be a question for tomorrow night, actually, Harry.
I think that's a very, very good question indeed, and probably a good way to end things as well. John Anderson, thank you very much for what has still been a night that we will remember.
Brilliant.
A fantastic performance from Newcastle United, but it just wasn't to be in the end. The most brutal of finishes at St James's Park. It finishes here. Newcastle United 1, Barcelona 1 in the first leg of the last 16 of the Champions League, meaning it is all to play for at the Camp Nou next week. I've been Harry Roy. It's been a pleasure to take you through the evening here at St James's Park. Total Sport returns tomorrow night from 6 o'clock.
Now they've gone wide to Murphy, to Ramsey, a return ball to Murphy, who delivers the cross. Barnes! Yes! Harvey Barnes has scored a goal that might well go down as one of the biggest in Newcastle United history. Barnes on the end of Murphy's cross. The goalkeeper, Juan Garcia, got a big hand on it, but couldn't keep it out at his near post. Barnes, who hit the post earlier on, has scored at the Gallagher end of St James's Park, and this place has erupted. Barnes with a famous Champions League goal against the mighty Barcelona, and they played so well tonight. You have to say they deserve it, and they might well take a lead into Camp Nou and the second leg next week. Harvey Barnes is the hero, and it's Newcastle United 1, FC Barcelona 0. A famous win hangs in the balance. This penalty kick, who's got it? Lamine Yamal has got it. The 18-year-old. Aaron Ramsdale. Harvey Barnes, a hero with a goal. Ramsdale can make himself a hero. This penalty kick in, added on time. Yamal has scored. Ramsdale sent the wrong way, diving to his left, rolled into the bottom corner, and black and white hearts are broken. And it's the last kick of the game.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle. The Late Show with Becky Want.
And if you've just joined us and you would like a mention, if you are celebrating or if you're crying into your beer, it's 08000 321 333. Lines are open. We call it clocking on for the Late Show. Let's see who we have here. We've got Warren, the delivery guy. One more shift to go. Then I'm off on me jollies to Tenby for a few days with my wife. Nice. Enjoy, Warren. Take me with you. I could do with a little holiday in Wales. Simon in Hull is celebrating. He's celebrating Hull City City's win against Wrexham. Let's see who else we've got. Trevor in Middleton has been in Fort William for the past 4 days. Nice, having some whiskey now back at his hotel. Ian in Burnley, not so good. Lost at Cheltenham today, Bex.